Get people clicking. I
Hell
honestly don't
yeah.
know how many people will show up. I mean, I've had live streams with like 30 or 40, and I've also had others with like, 60 to 70, 80 even. So I don't know.
Oh yeah, you're good. You're good.
Cool.
I'm just happy to be here, man. I appreciate you having me on.
Cool, cool. See if we can get some people in here. I did put a community post out earlier, so should be rolling in eventually.
So
Yeah, yeah, I mean, so what we'll do, I guess we'll do an intro, and then, I guess, we can pull from wherever topic you wanted to start with. That works for you.
okay. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Kind of hang out until we get a few in here first. Peeked at you. What's up? Great Hambino, Pokemon DNA, Law, Mikel, Guerrero. I know I'm butchering that. Sorry, man. Cameron, what's up? All right.
Pull up a chat here on my phone.
All right. All right, well, everyone that is in here, we're gonna go ahead and get started up. I'm here with Retrospects. Sorry for the clickbait title. We had to put something on there, and so we decided to put called out. But no, we're gonna have fun tonight on this stream. We're just gonna talk about some stuff about the hobby and kind of what both of us do. And yeah, he's got some questions for me. We were thinking about doing it on his channel, but we decided to do it here to have a little more interaction from the chat. But yeah, I mean, basically just have some questions to go over and see where we both stand on them. So Retrospects, I'm gonna let you give your intro, let everyone know who you are and what you do, and talk about your channel, whatever you want to do, man.
Sweet. Yeah. I'm Nick, Retrospects. I just started a channel not too long ago. Basically just trying to provide like a more like macro, or like looking at the collectibles card space through like a more like macro financial lens, and just get a little more into like the nitty gritty of, like the actual, financial world and the economy and stuff like that. Yeah, I appreciate you having me on, man. I'm excited to get into it for sure.
Hey, no problem, no problem. So I know you had some questions for me, so we're gonna kind of do a reverse thing here.
Reverse interview.
I'm gonna let you
Yeah,
ask some questions, and then we'll kind of move on like that.
dope.
So,
Okay. Well, I think a good one, just because it is pretty recent. Just like talking about like your thoughts on the hidden fates restock reprint type deal, and then the same sort of thing happened with the evolving skies Pokemon Center ETBs. Do you think that that's, I mean, obviously like neither of us are shop owners or distributors, but like, do you think that that's indicative of, potentially like an actual reprint? Do you think Pokemon's like got a lot of stuff in the backlog to work through, that, it's just been crazy over the past 2 years, and so they might be putting out even like Sun and Moon product? Or like, what's your take on all that when you saw that stuff pop up?
I really don't know what to think anymore. I mean, we see stuff in Walmart pop up like, Crimson Invasion or Evolutions even, and I just think they must have, it must be unorganized there. I mean, go all the way back to WotC, right? I mean, they were printing wrong packs and just throwing black triangles on them to throw them out, and they were, I mean, look at like, like the Shadowless versus the Unlimited. You can't really tell which is which. Some have long crimp, some don't. And so I think it's just a lot of that type of stuff. I think they're just churning and burning products so fast, and maybe pallet or cases get lost or left here or there, and they find them and then they just throw them out. And it could be something like that. It could be something more serious where it is a precursor to a lot that's coming. Yeah, I'm completely in the dark on that. I don't really have a strong opinion. I mean, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know either. It's they're moving at such like a fast pace now with like releasing new product. So you would think like they're going to be busy doing that. But then at the same time, like if you, as a business, if you look at the secondary market and you see Hidden Fates ETBs selling for like $150 consistently, you know what I mean? Like, the demand is there, especially if you're putting that stuff up at, MSRP or close to it. So it's like, And then, and then they just bought like Millennium Print Group. So it's like, it's tough, man. Like it's tough. Obviously, like that, I don't think that that's affected that small little like reprint that they did. I don't think that that's affected the Hidden Fates ETB market too much. And like a certain percentage of people are probably wanting to buy those to open those. They see them up there for like, $49.99, $59.99, whatever, and they're like, oh my God, like I can actually afford to open Hidden Fates right now. Whereas like less people might be apt to open it at like 150 bucks an ETB. You know what I mean? So that's part of
Yeah,
it too.
yeah, I really don't. I mean, the whole thing about them seeing product rise in value so they print more. I mean, you could say that for any product then. Why wouldn't they just go print like the Sun and Moon booster boxes that are at 500 or 700, like a team up or a cosmic eclipse? I mean, I know people always say that Pokemon doesn't pay attention to the secondary market and they don't care. But at the same time, I think they're smart people there and they understand that if they just started going wild with the printers and reprinting like product from 5 years ago, I think it would hurt the overall long term of the sales now because a lot of people there is still a lot of product bought from people like Rudy from Alpha Investments or like large stores that hold product or large collectors that would stop doing that if they felt that it was unsafe after 2-3 years. So I think they're still going to be real selective with those types of things. But like I said, that's my opinion. I mean, if we do start seeing this stuff happen, I think it's going to scare a lot of people off, probably myself included. But hey, anything can happen at this point. I'm not putting anything past Pokemon.
Yeah,
know?
that's a good point too. I think because kind of like you said, like if they just reprinted everything, then that's also taking money away from their new releases, right? Like if they're just constantly reprinting like Cosmic Eclipse and stuff like that, when they come out with like an Astral Radiance or Pokemon Go, if everybody's like so busy buying, the reprint of Hidden Fates or whatever, then that's going to take money away from like the new product that they're trying to continue to push out. So that's a good point. That's a good point. I guess that kind of yeah. Do you have anything to say? Sorry.
No, I'm like I said, I'm completely in the dark. I don't have any type of inside knowledge. So my guess is
Yeah.
literally just putting it out there as good as anyone else's.
Yeah. I guess that would kind of go into like the next question. Like you've been in this for like a minute, so how if at all has your investment strategy changed over the years? You know what I mean? Like from when you first started to where you're at now.
Um, I guess this has some small changes. I mean, as far as like product or just like overall like concept of what I'm trying to do.
I guess just both. Like so not necessarily like collecting, but with the main goal in mind for like financial appreciation. Have your strategies sort of changed over the years? Have you seen certain things that like used to work but don't work now, or things that you used to try to do but you're just kind of like fighting an uphill battle, and now you're trying to like work smarter not harder, like that kind of stuff, I guess.
Yeah. So, I think there's a few different ways you can invest in anything, whether it be the stock market, anything. Some people like to try and be first. They like to try and be the ones who predict the future. They like to get in on the ground floor of things. People who maybe were true believers in Bitcoin before it took off, or like Tesla or Amazon. And then there's also people who just want to own things of value. They see value in, so they want to value invest in the stock market with, strong companies, pay dividends. Same thing with Pokemon. They want to own the rarest, mintest, oldest, kind of like the SM Pratt thing. And they see value in the card. Me, I'm more of like, I like to try to follow trends with my investing. And so, like with this Bitcoin thing, I didn't get in the beginning, but I did get into some Bitcoin after it went up to, 20,000, dropped down to 4,000, and I saw the upturn again. So I did buy some Bitcoin back then. Same thing with like stocks. I do the same thing. With Pokemon was the same way. So back in 2015, 16, when I was just collecting and I kind of got into the investing side, I was trying to figure out where like the masses were going to head, where the trends were going to go. And so I saw the trend that they were like, moving to evolutions, but people were starting to like the old stuff that evolutions was reprinted on. And so my whole thing was I was going to go real heavy in all WotC first generation stuff. It was base, jungle, and fossil, the heaviest. And then I got, I was in Rocket and Gym Heroes, Gym Challenge. I completely missed the middle eras. I've told other people this. I missed it. I didn't that was when Pokemon was not as popular. That was after the fad. That was after the craze. I didn't realize there was enough interest in those generations because I didn't think there was enough people in the hobby. My mindset was, well, everyone my age seems to be getting back into this. People my age are going to want to do exactly what I did. They're going to want to go back and chase their childhood. And so those were the cards that I was getting. Those were the sealed products I was getting. I was really loading up. I mean, I had all the first gen WotC booster boxes in first edition except base set. I had blister packs, I had theme decks, I had tons of packs, tons of cards, and so basically I was focusing just on that. And then I was also putting away the modern sealed because I was thinking, hey, everyone getting back into the hobby now are eventually going to want to come do the same thing down the road. They're going to want to come open all this stuff for kind of like a lesser nostalgia feeling. And so I always try to like see what's happening and move with the grain instead of trying to move against it or predict where it's going to go next. And so like I've never needed to be first. I've never needed to make the whole, hit the whole chunk. Like if things are moving up, I'm happy to hit from here to here. I don't need to hit the whole, make all the money. And so that's really always my investing style, is to kind of watch where the trends are heading and move with them. And that's kind of why I've switched to modern steel product, is because I'm looking at all the charts, right, all the time. I'm looking at, the slabs, they're going back to being stagnant. They're most of them, not all, let's say 90-95% are starting to go stagnant, if not move down from their highs 2 years ago. And I'm seeing modern steel product come out of the gate and almost always go up. Now it may get a reprint and get hit back down, but out of the gate after release, they move up most of the time and there's gains to be made there. And so what I try to do is I try to make my gains, and then I try to always put product away that I can put away with zero risk to me. Meaning if I buy 5 or 10 cases of an item and I can make enough profit to keep, 5 boxes or a case or something completely free of cost to me, that's what I'm doing. I'm continually rinse and repeating that method again and again. And so in doing so, my risk is little to none. And I'm able to build up a large inventory where, hey, if they do a reprint, if prices go up, prices go down, it's not affecting me too much. And so that's really the style I've always done, is just try to move with the trends. You tell me what you think of that.
Okay, that's so okay, so a few questions. Like one, was it easy for you to source like first ed boxes back then? Like did you really have to know people, or could you like relatively easy? Like if you were in the market for like a first ed fossil or rocket box, was it pretty easy for you to just like hop on eBay or Craigslist or something like that? Like what was your experience kind of like collecting or hunting down that sort of product?
It was everywhere, man.
For
There
real?
was, oh yeah, there was
So
a seller I remember back in 2016. He had like 20 first edition fossil boxes on one listing. One listing, 1,500,
damn,
1,500 a piece.
on
I mean,
eBay?
me and a friend of mine both bought two, but you could have bought as many as you wanted, basically. It was that ridiculous. I mean, base set boxes back then were, 1,800 to 2,000, as many as you wanted. All the unlimited boxes, Jungle Unlimited, Fossil, Rocket, all those were under $1,000. I mean, and there was competing listings. I mean, it wasn't like you had to find one at auction or get lucky. You just got on the market and bought. And I think that's the biggest difference of now is, back then, I mean, I've asked other people about this who still do it, and I know you can tell me about how you do it, but like back then, buying out collections and grading the mint cards, which back then you could grade with PSA and get them back in like a month. Grading the mint cards, keeping the ones you wanted for yourself, selling off the rest, and being able to recoup all your money and make a profit while keeping an inventory for free. It was so easy. It was basically, how much money do you want to put into this and how many collections do you want to buy? Because there's new ones every single week people are listing. So all that kind of dried up, and that's why I've adjusted my style to what I do now. And so yeah, I'd like to hear how you continue to, I know you're in and out of a lot of stuff, you're continuously flipping, so I'd like to hear kind of how you do that today, because to me it's really dry now. It's not as easy as it used to be, and I don't have time to search through a million auction sites every day. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's basically how it was back then compared to now.
Okay, so really, really quick follow-up to that. Do you think then, because it was so easy for you to source this stuff, do you think people now are overestimating the rarity of this vintage sealed product? I know obviously like pack breakers and box openings and conventions and blah blah blah, and obviously like attrition, people opening over the years, but do you think that people now are overestimating the amount of WotC stuff out there still sealed?
So I think they're overestimating the amount of
Or
watch
or
pairs.
or underestimate. Yeah, my bad, my bad. Underestimating. Like, do you think that people
Yeah,
think it's rarer than it actually is?
yeah, I 100% do. I mean, unless somehow there's been enough box breaks and enough of those people that were buying back then were opening it for fun, then yeah, I mean, like I said, there was always, I want to say 10 to 20 listings of every box back then. When I first got back in the
Crazy,
hobby,
man.
a first edition base set booster box was $10,000 or best offer, and it sat. It wasn't bought for months after I seen it. It would sit at those prices. And so when it did sell, I'm sure it sold for less than 10,000. Like that's what it was like back in like 2015. It was in 2016. It was just kind of, you know, the money wasn't back in the hobby. Like back then, see, right now, a lot of people don't understand is it's nothing for people to go spend, you know, 500, $1,000, $2,000 on an item because Pokemon's more proven than it was. Back then, it was people like me who, you know, I'm not rich. I had some extra money because, you know, I was married. Me and my wife both were making okay money. We didn't have kids. And so it was still a lot of money though to go spend $1,000 or $2,000 on just this thing you had when you were a kid and you liked to enjoy and you wanted to go relive some of your childhood. It wasn't like seen as like this, you know, investment that's going to rise over time. And so it was just a lot different time than it is now. And so like, you know, $1,000, like I guess with inflation, it's worth less, but let's just say $1,500 now is the same as 1,000 back then. Well, it's so much easier for me to spend $1,500 on something than it was 1,000 back then. And not because I'm like ahead on Pokemon or I make more money or anything like that. It's just like you have that feeling of it's safer now. Not saying it is or isn't. I mean, you have that feeling of it's safer now than back then when you were literally, it was like buying a toy from your childhood for $2,000. It sounded crazy. And so I think that just the mindset has changed so much in the market these days.
Okay. And so were you bullish? But like obviously I remember you saying in a few of your videos, like you bought some stuff, then you went back to show your friend and prices were moving up. Were you bullish on just where things were headed? Or like you said, was it just purely nostalgia, having fun? Yeah.
Yeah, so up until then, so I didn't buy a booster box until after that time. So I wasn't an investor, I would say, in 2015 and 2016. I was just buying things I like. So I like, you know, I bought the base set Jungle Fossil, like, and back then people were sending like, there was like first edition cards mixed in. Like I got like a first edition Aerodactyl when I bought my fossil set. Like people didn't care. Like no one knew what they had. They were just sending, they were just completing the sets and sending them. My base set had like shadowless cards and it was just, it was like the Wild West back then. But yeah, so I was just buying that. I was buying like a sealed theme decks because I remember them as a kid. I was buying the blister packs because I remembered those. I was literally just collecting, and you know, I had no idea about values, or I didn't expect these to go up. I was just spending money. I wasn't like putting it in things to hopefully get back in the future. I saw it as okay, my money's gone, never getting it back. I bought some. I treated myself, and it
Okay.
wasn't until that day where he went. We went through it all, and he went home, and I saw everything was up, and we both kind of had a conversation, and it clicked. Like, hey, we're both in our 20s right now. I think a lot of people are getting to be in their 20s. They're starting to have money. They want to go back and buy all the stuff their parents wouldn't buy them, or when they could only open 2 or 3 packs when they were younger, they want to open a whole box now. They want to own the whole set because they never had Charizard when they were a kid. And we just kind of started to get that. And like I said before, the whole like moving with trends, I just saw the trends moving. I saw more things were selling on eBay, like more recently, you know, products were being, you know, kind of gone through a lot quicker. The prices were rising, and so we started moving heavily because I saw the trend happen. And so, yeah, I would just say I was just following what my instincts were about. I thought enough people out there were like me because of how big Pokemon was back then, and so I thought it was going to be like that again, and happened to be right. Was there luck involved? Of course. I mean,
Yeah.
our conversations back then were never, we're going to make 100%, we're going to make 1,000% on this. We're like, hey, this keeps up, maybe in 10 or 20 years, you know, we can have, this can be worth a lot of money. You know, we can do something with it. It was nothing like what happened. That was complete luck.
And so even back then you were buying sealed primarily over like raw cards or graded slabs, would you say? Like when you did start to see the trend, like you were most attracted to the sealed product?
I bought probably 10% of all the graded slabs I ever had. What I was actually doing back then, because everything was so low, I was cracking boxes. And so we were cracking boxes. We were weighing the packs. We were selling the light packs. We were opening the heavies, grading the hollows. And then we were usually keeping all the 10s. And then we would sell off the 9s and 8s and, sell the bulk, sell the light packs. And we're usually able to get all of our money back while keeping a certain amount of 10s in our collection. And we were just kind of rinsing and repeating that again and again and again. And then if we wanted to like complete the set, if we didn't have a couple of 10s, I'd buy like 10 off eBay. But no, it was mostly opening and grading myself is how I got most of all the slabs I had back then. So
Okay.
yeah, what I was actually buying at market price and keeping was still product. I wasn't buying a lot of slabs at market and holding.
Okay. Okay. And was that because like you said, you enjoyed the opening, or was it just the market was different back then where slabs weren't like maybe as prized as they are now? Or like a combination of both maybe?
It was really the analysis of the boxes. Like basically you only needed to hit a couple 10s to like make money on the boxes. Like you could like buy a fossil box, say at like $1,000 or $1,500. You could open it, the light packs. You could sell like a light pack art set of like each pack art, and so we would do that. And then we'd also sell like the bulk from opening the pack. So we try to put together like complete common uncommon sets and sell those, and then just sell other bulk or just keep it. And then after you graded the cards and got the 8s and 9s, you were able to sell those and get all your money back. So it was kind of like, hey, we can just do some work. We can open the box. We can do some work on selling and grading and selling, and we can actually get these cards for free instead of just pay for them. And so it was more of that mindset, like, hey, let's just put in the work, and that way we can have free stuff. Kind of, it was the same thing with collections back then. Like you could buy $1,000 collection or a $500 collection. It would come in, and yeah, some of the time there wouldn't be a lot of mint cards, but a lot of the time there were a lot of cards to grade. You get 7s, 8s, 9s, maybe a 10 here and there. And you were able to sell off a good amount of that to recoup all your money and then hold a good amount in your personal collection or your investment, whatever you want to call it. And so it was really a factor of just, do I want to spend money on something or do I want to do a little work and get it for free? That's kind of how the market was back then.
Okay. I like that. That's cool, man. That's a smart way to do it. I mean, anytime you're building out a position for free, you can't be mad at that, right?
Yeah, everything wasn't as optimized back then. It was brand new. There wasn't as many people like you and me, right? It wasn't where, everyone knew the exact estimated value of the box and every price was so optimized and every price, every card. And this wouldn't work today. I mean, you couldn't go buy a fossil box, open it, and make a profit today, I don't think. Unless you got lucky and got some good 10s like, Dragonite and Lapras or something. But it was a certain point in time in history. It worked out great. I don't think it would happen now. So that's why I don't like to really talk about it much, because I don't want to give these unrealistic expectations that people can just go open boxes and profit, because I don't think it's possible anymore.
Yeah,
But,
for sure.
yeah.
And so when you were buying modern back then as well, were you buying it by the case, or were you just going to like your LGS and picking up a booster box and ETBs here and there? Like what was your strategy around buying modern back then?
Yeah, it was all cases. Totally missed the ETB thing because I was new. I just didn't realize it. It was the whole thought of there's only 8 packs in this, and it's this. Well, you can get a booster box with 36 packs for this, and so it was just cases of booster boxes. I started out with evolutions. Evolutions kind of what got me back into opening cards. I opened a lot of evolutions product, so that was what I moved into. Burning Shadows was another set I moved into really heavy because of how hard of a chase the Charizard was, and I was just thinking, hey, the harder this is to pull, the more people are going to want to try and pull it. And then I went into Shining Legends and things like that. I mean, hindsight, I should have just bought cases of every Sun and Moon set. I didn't. I just picked and chose. I was trying to be smarter, than everyone else, and pick the exact right sets and move into those heavier instead of diversify out, which maybe worked out better, maybe didn't. I mean, I didn't go into team up heavy, and obviously that worked out a lot better than like a Shining Legends or a Burning Shadows did. But yeah, I mean, it was just buying cases. I had the mindset that everyone has now of putting things away for the future for higher value. Now, when the rise is obviously, no one could have predicted it. Me and my friend, we were thinking, hey, had realistic expectations. We were saying, hey, 10, 20 years from now, these boxes could be worth $500, maybe even $1,000. We didn't think in a year or two, these are gonna be worth 500 or 1,000. And so You know, it was always based off realistic expectations of stuff. But you know, I'm not saying that you can't still do that now. I'm not saying we're just not going to have those things now. But I do think it's wrong to compare them to like a vintage box, saying when people say things like hey, this you know XY or this Sword and Shield box is never going to be worth 15 grand like a base set box is. And it's like, well, no, but it doesn't have to be, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you want to buy a $15,000 base set box, or do you want to buy $15,000 of modern steel product at or under retail right now? You know, is it going to be easier for those to double in price, or is it going to be easier for the base set to get back to 30 grand? You know, it's that kind of mindset. So no, I don't think anything modern is going to be worth $15,000. So that's my answer to that.
So Pokemon DNA in the chat asked at Nostalgianomics, how much were Skyridge and other E-Series boxes back then? Were they readily available?
See, I wish I could tell you. Like I said, I was completely out of it. I did not. I wasn't even looking at those sets. I was completely focused on first gen WotC.
Yeah.
I started to get into the Neos and you know Skyridge Aquapolis Legendary Collection, but by the time I was doing that, they had already started their rise.
Okay.
They were so I don't know what they were back when all these boxes were so cheap. So I can't give a perfect answer on that. Sorry. I'm sure someone like Catch of All Collectibles, he could. Dan, I think he's in the chat. He'd know a lot more than me about those prices.
Did they seem rarer as far as like the amount of them up for sale?
By the time I was looking at them, yes.
Okay.
But like I said, I wasn't even like it wasn't even on my radar. I didn't even type in the word Skyridge or any of that into an eBay search because it just wasn't even something I was looking at, you know?
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. So you said that like you guys had like realistic expectations of what you were doing and you were kind of having fun along the way and kind of building these collections and positions for close to free or free. Do you think that now because of everything that's happened, do you think people do have unrealistic expectations of what could potentially happen in the future?
I think it's getting better. I think it was a lot worse a year or 2 years ago. You know, I think people are getting a little smarter. I think a lot of people who were, you know, like the biggest scalpers or the people who like kind of go into the moon are starting to get flushed out a little bit. They're starting to get fed up, bored. It's not moving fast enough. You know, maybe they moved on to crypto, maybe NFTs, whatever's next, metaverse. I mean, but yeah, I mean, then it comes into that whole discussion of what's realistic, right? I mean, I know people have realistic mindsets on like a traditional investment, like, you know, a 10, 12, 15% a year, you know, because Pokemon is a speculative investment because it is more risky. I don't think it's unrealistic to expect higher gains in those in less than a year. I mean, to get into those 20, 30, 25, 30, even 30+% a year, it's not a crazy number. I know a lot of people would say that. To me, that's not a crazy number. I mean, it's a lot more risky because you can easily lose on some items 25, 30% a year. And so it's not realistic to think you can gain that much as well. And so it's almost like not quite like a penny stock on Wall Street, but it's like a low cap stock, right? I mean, they have a lot higher, you know, multiples that they can gain than buying like a blue chip stock that's been around forever. It's a lot harder for that stock to move, you know, 20, 30% than it is like a $5 stock that maybe just IPO'd. And so I would compare it to something more like that. It's more speculative play. And when you move money into more speculative plays, you're looking for higher returns. And so I think higher returns are realistic.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
I agree with you. I think that necessarily things don't even need to go down. I think it's less real. It's possible, but I think it's less realistic that like any modern booster box goes to like $20 or $40 or below like distributor prices to. I think that's less likely than just like liquidity drying up, not being able to sell the booster boxes, even if you are like the lowest price. It's hard for me now with just how many more people are in. It's hard for me to see those boxes going to, you know, $40 or $50 or something like that. Obviously, like Battle Styles and Chilling Reign, you know, sat around like 70 or 80. I don't know where they're at now, maybe like 100 or something like that. But I think part of that too is like Battle Styles, people got slammed with product. Like there was so much Battle Styles. Like my buddy who runs our card store, I think he might still have like a few battle styles ETBs or something. Like Pokemon just dumped that. And that was because like Shining Fates and the things that came before, like Sword and Shield, but like no one could get it. And everybody just wanted stuff to open. So Pokemon was like, all right, like you want it, here you go. You know what I mean? And it wasn't like the strongest set in the world. Like Sleepy T-Tar is cool and stuff like that. But like I don't know if Urshifu is like really that, popular of a Pokemon. So as far as like having the continued interest to get people to open that or whatever, it's like I can see why that didn't do as great. But then after, Chilling Reign, you got Evolving Skies, which was like an obvious banger, right? Like huge like Umbreon, Dragonite, Rayquaza, like you know what I mean? Like that was a good set. So it's tough. I think sometimes I think a lot of people that tend to maybe want to like invest in Pokemon aren't necessarily people that always have their traditional finances in order. I think it's like a lot of younger people. They might not be super financially savvy. They've seen the gains over the past 2 years and they think like, I love Pokemon. So like, if I just buy this, I can make money off of it. And they might not have a stock portfolio, a 401k or things like that. So I just worry about those kind of people. Again, like it's not up to me to like save everybody, right? Like everybody's going to make their own decisions and things like that. I just tend to think that a lot of people that are like interested in investing in modern, or people that are watching like like Pokemon investment channels in general, whether it be modern or vintage, might tend to be on like the lower side of the economic spectrum. But what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting debate. I mean, I'd probably do better on someone like Jake's channel, Pokenomics. I'm not a guy that gets into like the ethics of things. I mean, I know there is that side of it. It's just, it's not my place. It's not my place to tell other adults how to spend their money. Now, if I looked at my YouTube analytics and I saw a bunch of children watching, that would change my entire mindset. But I mean, I literally have everyone watch my channel is basically between the ages of like 20 and 40. And so, it's just really not my spot to tell another man or another woman how to spend their money. As far as being like a lower economic level, I mean, maybe low or new, economic level. I mean, if people are in their, mid 20s, maybe they're just starting out and they're, maybe making money for the first time more than like a part-time job. And maybe they do have extra money to spend. Maybe they are looking for greater returns than like what everyone's telling them to do is put in a 401k and try to make 10% a year or something. So, it could be stuff like that. I really don't know. It's not something that I dive into too deeply. Yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts? I really don't know how to attack that question. Like I said, I don't even think I'm qualified to attack that question.
Yeah. I feel you. I think that's fair. I'm personally like I'm training, like I'm going to school right now to become a wealth management advisor. So that's just kind of like where my mind's at
Maybe
is
you are
like
qualified to attack this question.
no, not financial advice, not financial advice, but I think that like you said, because it's a speculative investment, you should, your risk versus return, like you should be expecting higher potential gains. I would just say that like not financial advice, but like I would just say that if 50% of your net worth is in Pokemon or collectibles in general or whatever, like that's risky. That's risky. And I think that if your goal is to build like sustainable generational wealth, build financial freedom, I would be putting 80 to 90, not financial advice, 80 to 90% of your money in more traditional compounding sorts of, tax sheltered accounts, things like that. And then take 10 to 20% spec on Pokemon, watch channels, stay engaged, learn which sets are people are interested in, which sets are going to have, stronger Pokemon, shorter print runs based on specialty, like do all that work and be engaged and have fun, but don't like over leverage yourself. And again, like it's not, I totally agree with you as far as like the ethics. Like I'm not trying to sit and tell somebody like, oh, you should do this or you shouldn't do this. I just like worry about people just because I don't want to ever see people get wrecked. You know what I mean? That's it. But again, like I'm not going to be like, if you don't do this, like you're a bad person or you're stupid or anything like that. I just don't want to see people. Yeah, I just don't want to see people get wrecked. That's all. If
I,
things Yeah, so
I 100% agree with you. I want to throw the other side out there, and this is not to disagree with you. This is just like to
no,
throw it
no, no.
out
Yeah, yeah, go for
there.
it.
So, like all the most successful people in life are the ones who sold out on one thing, right? And so, like all the most successful entrepreneurs didn't have backup plans, they didn't have plan Bs, they weren't investing in 401ks. A lot of the people like going like Shark Tank will say, "Yeah, we cashed out our 401k, we mortgaged our house, we're all in on this business." Me for example, if I would not have been that guy, because I always have been sensible. I was happy with the spot I reached in my mid 20s. You know, my business was going good. My wife had a good job. We just built a house. Things were good. And so I was just putting extra money into poker. I wasn't going heavily. I was making sure I was, really low risk. And if I wouldn't have been that way, if I would have been throwing every dollar into Pokemon, if I would have went all in, I mean, I'd probably be a multimillionaire right now. And so
Yeah.
there's always that other side of things is like when you do believe and you go all into something, sometimes it does, like a stock, like it's kind of like if you invest in a 401k or someone believed in Tesla and they put every bit of their money into Tesla every month for the past 3 years or whatever. I mean, they would have just destroyed anyone's mutual fund, right? So it's like there is two sides of it. For the vast majority of people, it's always going to be better to diversify, to take the safer play. But the ones who do take the risk, the ones who risk, starting their life over, bankruptcy, whatever it may be, it can work out. I can't sit here and say it can't work out better for you because I know, like, just looking at what happened with Pokemon, I mean, I would be working right now. So
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think fortune definitely favors the bold for sure, but I would say that it could have not done what it did. You know what I mean? Like like I agree with you. It's like, yeah, you're gonna see how, but it also could have just, and so like for instance, like a cool trainer, Ryan, right? Like dude's got like one of the most amazing, if not the most amazing sealed collections in the world, right? But he put all that stuff on credit cards. Like if Pokemon just traded sideways or slow organic growth, would cool trainer Ryan be who he is now? Like would people look up to him? It's so much more sexy to look at somebody that was just like, dude, you crushed it. You believed in it and you crushed it, right? Versus however many people did similar things and then potentially got wrecked. You know what I mean? Like those people aren't on YouTube as much telling their story like I did this. It's much more just the general nature of social media in general is like you want to share your wins, right? Like you want to show the best parts about your life, the best parts about yourself. And of course certain people, share their failures and mistakes and things like that. um
hey,
yeah,
I wanna take a quick break.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
so I told a subscriber of mine, Justin, everyone out there listening, I told him I'd share this on here tonight.
Okay.
His mom just died from cancer,
Oh
and
shit.
he's been going through a hard time. He's trying to raise money for the funeral costs, and so feel free to or not to. I just wanted to make sure I give him the shout out and share this. I'm gonna share the GoFundMe link if anyone out there felt like helping him out. I've messaged him back and forth like kind of ever since I started YouTube, and lately in these past couple months weeks he opened up to me about it, and I just wanted to share it for him. And so I am going to share the link. It's in there right now. If anyone wants to, don't feel obligated, but I just wanted to shout that out. So and also I wanted to shout out to Pokey Grinding for the super chat. Listening while at work. Thanks for the content. Hey man, thanks as always. You're always here. You're always listening. So really appreciate that. And yeah, everyone just kind of hearts and prayers go out to Justin. He's going through a hard time, and if you want to give, feel free to. But other than
Yeah,
that,
absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah, that's tough, man. When we get off, I'll definitely hit that GoFundMe up and send some cash over for sure. So
Other than
um
that, though, man, where'd you want to take it from there?
well, I mean, obviously, like nobody has a crystal ball, but I'm interested in like after everything that's happened, after all your experience, getting in the 2015, 2016 time, and now what you've seen over the past 2 years with the boom and now kind of the bust or deflation or retracement or whatever you want to call it. What is your general feeling or take on how things move forward from here? Like, do you think it's just like maybe sideways for a while or and then like slow organic growth up from there? Do you think that the people that are in prime age for, like you said, going back and collecting their childhood and buying the stuff they couldn't afford and stuff like that, do you think that that's over with, or like what do you see moving forward, I guess?
I think every modern booster box is probably going to reach $1,000.
UPCs, baby,
Yeah,
UPCs.
no, I mean, it's so hard to predict. I mean, you know, everything in sun and moon can't really be used as a data point. Everything XY can't really be used because they were kind of in before and into the boom. We're kind of moving out of the boom now, seeing how things are performing. So I'm really looking at Sword and Shield is really going to be my base point of how I think future generations are going to continue to do. I mean, we're already seeing I don't know how close everyone pays attention to the modern market. I pay real close attention. Sword and Shield base right now, boxes are like $230, lowest you can find. Rebel Clash, it's 180, 190, pushing 200. Vivid Voltage, Darkness Blaze, they didn't really crash from the ETB reprint. They're still 130s, 140s, moving up still. Even Battle Styles, Fusion Strike, Chilling Reign moving up to $95, $100 a box. I mean, everything seems to be strong. Now, how strong? I mean, do I see these boxes being worth $500 to $1,000? I don't know if they are. I don't know how long. I've said this before. I kind of got some flack for it, but I'll say it again. I think most modern boxes within that 3 to 5 year time frame can hit between that $300 to $500 a box. I just think they can. Things get, as the supply starts to get sold out, people start to kind of pile in. They want it, and then which makes more supply sold out, which kind of gets that FOMO up. Those last minute collectors, last minute investors are moving in. People still want to open the product, and it becomes more scarce. You start seeing less listings on eBay. You start seeing less sellers selling it, and the sellers that are selling it, they no longer have 10 plus, 12 plus available. They got 1, 2. And so you see how fast like 3, 4, 5 sales can really buy out a price point. And those are the things you start to see happen, where there'll be 10 listings, and they'll be at like 200, 210, 215, 219, 220, 225, 230. And literally within like a few days or a week, that price will go from 190 a box to 250. And you'll say, well, what happened? And then what happens then is everyone just feels like that's the price and that's the new bottom. And that's how prices move. And it doesn't make sense. You can't look at the estimated value of the cards inside. You can't say, oh, well, this only has an estimated value of this. The PSA cards and this are only selling for that. It just, the sealed products take on a life of themselves when they get out of print and they move on and become scarce. And I think that's the biggest thing that it kind of throws people for a loop, and they start saying things like, well, it's not worth that. It's not that valuable. It's going to come down. And I think those are the things that move the modern boxes. Now, could be wrong. They could go stagnant, but right now, I mean, if even Battle Styles, Chilling Reign, Fusion Strike start to sell out and move up, I think that just proves strength for all the boxes. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that, and I've seen you kind of mention it on your channel before, that like you don't necessarily have to buy everything. You can be, choosy on what specific sets you choose to hold for a longer period of time. I guess I would ask, like, do you have like price targets, right? So like, let's say you're in a case for 600, right? When that case goes to 1200, are you selling like 80% of your position and then waiting to see if like the other 20%, if you can squeeze a little bit more out of it? Or like, do you just say, I'm not getting greedy, once it doubles, I'm taking all my money off the table? Like, what's your, and I guess, would it depend on a set, right? So like, let's say you have Battle Styles, would you then be willing to accept less of a percentage gain than like an Evolving Skies or a Brilliant Stars or something like that? You know what I mean? Like more of a banger set.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't have I made a video about this, but I move into things. I never have a set price target or a set percentage gain I'm looking for. Every set's going to perform differently. Every product's differently. Like think about Evolving Skies. I mean, if you own Evolving Skies out of the gate and it shot to 180 a box, I mean, are you really going to hold that and, risk, a reprint not coming and stuff? So there's always situations like that. Yeah, like my whole goal is to have my entire long-term investment 100% paid for at zero cost to me. And so I usually sell along the way, kind of like dollar cost average out of the sets. So, like you said, it goes to 1200. Like if the boxes are $600, $100 a box and they go up to that like 175, 200 range, I may sell, you know, a case, or I usually get, you know, multiple cases. So I may sell a case or two. And then if it keeps rising, I'll sell. I like to get out of it to where I can usually keep like a case or so 100% free paid for. And so that's what I like to do. As far as the exact price target, I really just pay attention to the market. You know, I pay attention to what reprints are coming. I pay attention to if things start to kind of go stagnant and start to plateau. I'm starting to I don't want to freak anyone out when I say this, but we're kind of seeing that with UPCs. They jumped up. They were actually selling some for like 380, 390. They've retraced a little bit. They're back in the mid threes again, like 350, 60, 70 range. They are starting to kind of stagnate a little bit. And so I don't know if that's because the demand's going down or more people are putting them on the market, or, you know, what it is. But yeah, so things like that where I'm in on that product close to $200, I'm starting to consider, hey, I think I'm going to sell some of these, take some of the profits, continue to hold for the long term with the others. Just because, one, it's not that I don't think it's not going to get to $500 or $1,000. It's the fact that, hey, if these are going to start to stagnate, if they've already went through that kind of intense growth their life cycle right now, I can take those profits, move all that money into something else that is going to see that more intense growth again. So I'm constantly looking at those type of movements in the market, and every product's different. I couldn't give you like a baseline on each one.
Okay. Do you choose to go in heavier on specific sets though? Like a Brilliant Stars or like a Pogo? Like, would you say, okay, I'm getting more cases of this than Astral because it's just a better set? Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, like Celebrations, I was heaviest on. Pokemon Go, I'm going pretty heavy on. Yeah, like Brilliant Stars, obviously. I missed Evolving Skies. I completely missed it.
Well, it's
out of the
getting
gates-
reprinted.
It came out of the gate so hot, and I'm just like, oh, this is kind of ridiculous. I'm not paying 120, 130 a box, and then it goes to 180. And so I moved into the Evolving Skies ETBs because when it was going for 130, 140 a box, the ETBs were still 40 a piece. And so I just bought cases and cases of ETBs because I was able to get them for 40 a piece. They hadn't moved off their retail pricing when the booster boxes already had. And so I was like, okay, well, these are going to have to move with the boxes. And they did a little bit. I mean, I think they're going in the, you know, 65 range or something now. But yeah, I mean, here's the biggest thing I would say to anyone out there is you're never going to catch everything. Be okay with missing things more than trying to catch everything and possibly getting hurt or getting stuck, because I would much rather miss something like Evolving Skies than getting something like Battle Styles when it was high and lose all that money. I'd so much rather sit out and be on the sidelines than, you know, get hurt. And so that's what I always do. I always try to like make informed decisions, kind of step back, sleep on it, make sure I'm making the right move before I move into something, instead of just kind of see something, click the button and buy it and think later. So that's my one piece of advice, is really make sure you're doing what you believe in.
Okay. And then when you do go to sell, are you primarily selling on eBay? And then are you selling by the case rather than like sitting and piecing each box out, or what's your strategy there?
Yeah, so if I'm like selling stuff now, it'd be by the case because, you know, it's too expensive to try to piece them out. You can though, like I was selling some Evolving Skies ETBs. I had a bunch of cases of it, and so I was listing them at, you know, $140 for a set of two. And so, you know, after the shipping and fees and things like that, it was still like $110 what you could make, and I was, you know, in them for like $38, $39 an ETB. So, you know, there's like a, you know, $40 profit you can make. So basically every two you sell, you're getting to keep one for free for your long-term collect. That's how I look at it. And so if I sell like 10 sets of that, you know, I get 5 ETBs free. So if I sell 20 sets, I get a full case of ETBs to put in my permanent collection or permanent like long-term investment, completely free, paid for, zero risk. And so I look at those kind of opportunities, like especially with the reprint coming. But yeah, I mean, but what was the question one more time? You're asking
Like, do you primarily sell on eBay basically?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I post on Facebook Marketplace, but like very few sales from there.
Okay.
I also sell through Instagram. You know, it's getting harder. You have to kind of coach people into reaching out to you on Instagram without saying, hey, you can reach out to me on Instagram and I'll give you a deal, because eBay will flag you. So I still try to do that, or hey, check out my YouTube channel. Hey, check out my Instagram. I'll send you content that way though. But so yeah, I have done that. I did just sell again, I guess I'll just say it. I did just sell one of my cases of Celebrations Ultra Premium Collections through Instagram because, like I said, it's starting to stagnate. I just want to get some of my money out of it. I had, like I said, I had 20 of them, and so I wanted to get some of my money out and put it elsewhere. And so you have been selling some of the UPCs. So, but yeah, I
Okay.
mean, I would say still a lot of it's eBay. I just work the fees and the shipping into the sale price. It is what
Yeah.
it is.
And so then like when you're taking profits, you're primarily just doing this to keep what other sealed product you have for free, or are you taking it out and like putting into stocks or anything like that, or
So I just bought and again, this is speculation. So anyone just getting into the hobby, don't try. I wouldn't say to like, kind
don't
of
try
like,
this at home.
yeah, don't try this at home. But I mean, when I saw those Pokemon Go ETBs come on the market at that price, I bought 10 cases. I asked a couple people I know what their distribution costs were, and they're not a ton lower than that. And so I'm like, well, this is close to distribution. I'm like, this isn't going to last. I think at release, it's going to be higher. I think the set's going to be a boom, a banger. I mean, so I moved into it pretty heavy. So I wanted to free up some cash to pay for that. And so that's basically what I did, for better or worse. So for full transparency, hey, at least the people can go back to this video if everything, kind of goes to crap in Pokemon Go, and they can say, that guy's an idiot.
Okay. And so are you holding a lot of this stuff for like the long term because like you love it, you want to like open it at some point one day, or because you want to have exposure in case, 10, 20 years from now, Pokemon is just, still massive? Or what's your thinking there with holding that?
I really think it's going to continue to go up. It's just it's. I mean, if you look at Magic, it's the same like Pokemon and even Yu-Gi-Oh. I mean, the sealed product continues to move up over time. We can go into the laundry list of things on why, but I still believe that over time the sealed product does rise. Now, like I said, do I think it's going to get to 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 a box? No, but if I'm buying cases of boxes for 80, 90, $100, and in 5 or 10 years they're 300, 500, $700 a box. I mean, these are better returns than you're going to see basically anywhere. And yes, I do like to keep obviously one of each box for my own personal collection. But yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not keeping cases of things for a personal collection. I am keeping it for the purpose of selling. And I'm very upfront with that. And I think I do want to like talk to that issue because it's such a hot button in the hobby right now. And I don't know why. I'm completely okay with everyone out there who's like a collector, right? Like, so someone who just collects, they don't care about all the charts, and they don't care about what you can buy and sell it for and the market price. They don't care. They just want to buy what they want. They want to find the best prices. They want to collect it. They want to own it. And I have no problem with anyone who likes vintage. They just like the slabs. They care less about boxes. They don't care about cardboard boxes of things. They want to own the slabs. They want to display them. They think they're a good hold of value. They think they're going to rise over time. That's great. And so I don't, I don't mind people playing the game, who love the games, who compete in the games, who compete in the actual card game at the regionals, or play the Game Boy games. Like, there's so many ways to enjoy the hobby. And so the way I like to explain it is, I grew up, I did all that already. I loved the games. I loved the anime. I played the card. I did everything. And it's just kind of like, now at this stage in my life, I enjoy the investing side. Like, I enjoy playing the market. I enjoy studying the charts. I enjoy buying product, putting it away, watching it rise in value, and selling it for a profit. So it's like, that's what I enjoy. It's why my channel's about that. I don't think it should be like hated on from anyone that people actually like to and enjoy investing in Pokemon. It's not like a slight to anyone who doesn't like to. It's just that it's our interest. We found a way to make money off it. I mean, there's nothing better than making money and doing something you enjoy. And so, yeah, I don't know why there's that huge divide in the community over it. Do you have any idea why that is?
I don't, but I've experienced a lot of the same, just because I'm primarily like a flipper and only collect like a small amount, and I'm just, my main interests are financial. I don't expect everybody to be like that, because if everybody was like that, there'd be no market, right? If everybody was like super savvy and everybody was like super into looking at prices and tracking everything, there'd be nobody to sell to, right? Like, you need collectors, you need players. Um, To be honest, I think a lot of it is like the demographic of the kinds of people in Pokemon. If you look at sports, it's just not like that at all. People are not even over the boom, dude. Like people were not bitching and complaining that their top Sapphire boxes were like 4x. They were happy. I would go in to see my buddy who runs our local card shop, and these dudes would be happy. They're like, hell yeah, man, good for you. Like you're, because they understand what goes into running that sort of business and how razor thin the margins are. So when he was able to sell boxes that he was previously making like 10 bucks on, 15 bucks on, now he's making like a couple $100 or whatever, they're like, good for you, dog. And at the same time, the cards in those boxes were also appreciating in price. So then the end user who was breaking open the boxes and pulling it or whatever, like they could potentially grade and sell their cards for more. But Pokemon is maybe just like a more immature demographic. I don't know if that's like a hot take or whatever, but I think it's potentially like an age thing. And maybe people that just aren't as business minded or things like that. I mean, even when you go to a card show, man, like if you go up to a sports table, they're going to be like more business minded. If you go up to a Pokemon table, it's usually like a couple guys like selling through binders, selling their collections. Of course, there's like businesses there and stuff like that too. But if you go up to a sports table and try to trade based on like comps and everything like that, they're gonna want like, okay, if your card's $2,500, I'm giving you like close to $2,500 in value. If you go to a Pokemon table and you bring something and they really want that slab or whatever, the trade might be like really favorable towards you. Like you might bring something that's worth like $800 and you end up getting like $1,400 worth of value. You know
Wow.
what I mean? So I think it's the demographic potentially too. What do you think about that?
I agree. I really think that's what it is. I think unfortunately, there's immaturity in the hobby still. Um, I do actually want to peek at you said something is that Nostalgianomics and I are different. I want high price items with lowest volume, slow sales don't matter, but I refuse to dedicate the time into volume sales. It doesn't make sense unless you're a business. I agree. I actually agree with that. And I actually had questions like this in my comment section on some videos, and I actually told them I agree with them. And so I do want to make this statement. When you get into a certain level of capital, yeah, if you don't have the time, it does make sense to move into higher value items. Now, am I going to stand by what I've always said? Am I ever going to change from that? No. Until I see the market change, I still believe to my core that buying a slab, a vintage slab at market, and this is 95% of them. There's always going to be a gold star here, a trophy here, whatever it may be. 95% of the set cards, if you buy a slab at market price, you buy a retail, booster box, modern sealed at market price, I think the modern sealed product is going to outdo it all day. Now, does that mean that it makes sense to, if you have $20,000 to invest to buy $20,000 of booster boxes over a PSA slab? No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because you can sacrifice some of the gains. Let's say the slab moves up, 30% over 5 years and the box moves up 100%. Well, now you gotta, find a way to take all the time to package and sell all those boxes. There's more cost, there's more fees that are involved, there's more shipping supplies, a lot more of your time. You have to value all that. Whereas, you just hold this one card, it still rose in value. It gave you good returns. It's very passive. When you sell it, it's just one sale. It doesn't really cost anything except a fee, or if you want to sell it privately, whatever it may be. So yeah, once you get to a certain level of capital, if you're not trying to do this full time, it can make sense to put your money into high dollar items and be okay with lesser returns, just because it's a good store of value and it does still produce returns over time. But the question I get asked a lot is because there's this modern vintage debate all the time, which I don't think there's a debate. I think it's just, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is at this point. It's just opinions over all I've ever said. I've never been against vintage slabs, vintage collecting, anything. I've always only said that I think if you buy a binder booster box at or under market value, like around $90, and you buy a vintage slab at the prices now, not back in 2015, 2016, where a lot of people want to talk about the prices they could have got. I'm saying right now, at the inflated prices of the slabs, I think the modern booster box is always going to outperform 95% of the slabs. That's all I think. You tell me. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like no one has a crystal ball, but I tend to agree with you. I think that probably, and Dan and Jake recently, there was like a conversation in the Pokenomics Discord, and I was kind of like going back and forth with somebody and just saying like, hey, if your primary goal is, or you're, even if it isn't your primary goal, but if you're just betting on, price appreciation on a lot of this stuff, like maybe you should temper your expectations a little bit. And that got people kind of flustered. And then, Jake and Dan ended up going live and doing that. Like, are your slabs going to be bags? I don't know if you saw that one, but I tend to agree that a large percentage of slabs are bags. They're gonna be bags. You're not gonna see the same sorts of percentage gains on them over time. Now, like you said, like the top 5%, like the trophy cards, the gold stars, the crystals, stuff like that, because it is the high end of the hobby. Even if the hobby doesn't really do great, I can see those items appreciating or holding their value better than the rest of the set cards. And then on the flip side, if the hobby does really well, I also think that the top end is going to do the best. You know what I mean? Because it's just like, look at like what the Aokis and the Logan Pauls, like, look at what they're going for. They're going for the top end of stuff. They might like, a Nido King Hollow from one of these E-series sets or whatever, but they're going for the base set Charizards. You know what I mean? They're going for the top end of stuff. They're going for the Pikachu illustrators. So I really think that the top end is gonna be safest. And it's really hard now, man, because after everything's like shot up so crazy in value, it's hard for me to see a lot of this stuff doubling now, or even seeing like a 50% gain. It's just tough. There's so much more out there now.
What are you talking about? You're talking about the high end vintage slabs doubling again?
No, I'm talking about like let's say like a PSA 9 unlimited rocket card or something. You know what I mean? I can't, if that card's selling at 150 right now, I think it's going to be an uphill battle for that card to get to 300. There's just so much of it out there. And I also think, I'm interested to hear what you think about this. I think a lot of people who want a lot of the WotC type stuff, especially like the higher end, like the first edition 9s and 10s and stuff like that, I think a lot of people that want those cards probably already have those cards, because that stuff's obvious. It's been around forever. It's always been in people's faces. And 5 years ago, when the only people around were like the Scots and stuff like that, that's what they were telling people to buy, was base, rocket, jungle, fossil. You know what I mean? So this idea that there's going to be some catalyst 3 to 5 years from now where all these new people are going to come in and be like, oh my God, I need a fossil card. Like, I don't see that. You know what I mean? Whereas like, yeah, what do you think?
I've always said that. I agree. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that the modern side of the hobby is growing faster, and it's going to continue to grow faster than what people are going to be brought back to vintage. See, in 16, when I got in, 15, 16, everyone like my age was getting back in, and then they were wanting to go chase their childhood. That's already happened. The people getting in now are not going back to chase those. They might be going back to chase, like when they might have got in with Pokemon Go. Maybe they're getting back in now. They're going to go back to 2015, 16, 2016 time Pokemon Go. They're going to want to chase XY or Sun and Moon. So yeah, I think that time came and went. As far as the high end stuff, like Pete Dachu keeps saying in the chat, like the high end stuff, it's safer. Here's the thing: every item you mentioned, 99% of the population cannot afford. The prices are already they're already built in. I mean, the illustrator, the trophies that SM Pride always talks about, the first edition base set Charizard PSA 10, like all these items are already set. Like the prices are already there. There's not really, yeah, there's opportunity in there, but I mean, for anyone who's got hundreds of thousands of dollars or 50 grand laying around to put in one card, the opportunity is there. I'm talking about the 95% of other cards, like the people who want to move into these PSA 10s in these sets, like they want to go buy a Gym Heroes Moltres PSA 10. It's like these cards that are not going to have the popularity, they're not going to have that god tier rarity or scarcity that those top tier cards have. Yeah, those top tier cards, they may go into the millions and multi-millions. That's great. I'm talking about cards that the average people can still afford compared to, you know, average modern sealed product. And so, yeah, I can't really compare or compete against like trophy cards, you know, first edition base set Charizard, PSA 10, Pikachu Illustrator, any of that stuff, right? But when you look at like this, come back 95%, like the set cards, the PSA 10 set cards, you know, even like Skyridge, even their more rare sets, they're not performing well after the boom. They're stagnant. They're coming down, and a lot of them have seen a lot more percent decreases than a lot of the modern steel product did. A lot of the Sun and Moon boxes, they peaked and they pretty much stayed there. They saw very low retracements, where a lot of the slabs, they saw 30, 40, 50% sometime retracements. And so that's pretty scary. And so when you're thinking about a safe investment, I mean, now can they still fall more? Yeah. Can they return? Yeah. But you know, we have a pretty much locked in scenario with modern sealed. I mean, we've never really seen booster boxes go much under 70. We've never really seen ETBs go very far under 30 for very long. And so when you're getting into these prices around like, you know, in the 70s or 80s a booster box, or 30s, you know, low 30s at an ETB, you have a very small risk factor built into your investment. Where you're moving in these slabs, your risk factor is unknown. I mean, it could be hundreds, it could be thousands, you don't know. You have a pretty good idea that, you know, it's rare, the pop report's low, it does still have popularity, it does still sell when it comes on auction. But if the kind of things start to change, here's the thing I always think about with a lot of the big channels right now that are still pushing the slabs. If enough people are listening to those channels for long enough and following their advice and buying vintage slabs, how long does it take before they start to turn on them? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? At what point do they get sick of saying, I'm sick of seeing no gains on these cards. I'm sick of watching the modern people end up, they're making consistent gains again and again and again, month after month, year after year on buying modern steel product and selling it. And we're sitting here buying these vintage slabs you're telling us to buy, and they're not moving. At what point are they going to start turning and saying, yeah, I'm going to jump on that bandwagon? And if that starts happening, well, then we see even more demand to the supply, and that pushes it even higher. So, you know, there's all these different things to think about. You know, there is that side of things where, yeah, the older, rare, minter better is going to be a thing. There's also the other side where people get bored. I mean, we're in a time where, you know, our contention spans are lower than they ever have been, and people will start getting bored. You know, 6 months, a year, 2 years, no gains, no movement on these cards. You look at modern sets that are moving and returning people money, you might see a change of the guard. So those are the things I look at and how I see the trends moving.
So just like a little pushback, like I agree with like most of what you're saying. I would say though, part of the reason that set cards and slabs retrace is that like high data points can be set with one sale, and they can also be set with like shill bidding, right? So like no one's shill bidding for the most part modern booster boxes. So like if an Espeon sells for $2,000 during the height of the boom, and then the next sale is 1,500, then like that immediately establishes a downtrend. Whereas modern trades really tight. It's a tighter range. It's like a $10 to $15 sort of range with the product. There's more volume of it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Cut you off real quick. I'm realistic with it. I usually don't take the outliers. I mean, I make sure there's like,
Okay.
you know, 3, 4, 5, 6 sales all around a certain price point. Yeah, I mean, I know there's things like that, but I mean, just like to take one real quick example, like the base set Charizard, right? I mean, it was selling for $5,000 and $6,000 all day, and now it's, you know, what, 60, 70% down, where I don't know if there's a modern booster box that went anywhere close to that down.
Well, and with a lot of that stuff, so part of it too, in comparison to like the sealed product, is with the slabs, it's what any one given person is willing to buy it for. Now, obviously there's comps and there's market trends and stuff like that. And if you have a rarer card and you're the only one on eBay, like with a trophy or with a high-end set card, it's just kind of like, you know, F you pay me sort of deal. Like if you want it, this is what you got to pay. With modern, it's like a consistently moving market. You know what I mean? It doesn't have, it's like, well, if you want this booster box, like there's a lot out there, but market price says it's like 180. So you got to pay 180. Whereas like if a seller is trying to sell a slab for $2,000 and it's sitting there for a year, it's like, hey dude, I'm the only one that wants this slab. The most I'm willing to pay you for it is $1,000. So take it or leave it. You know what I mean? So So that's potential downside there. With that, I personally, so with like my flipping, sometimes I'll catch like a good deal on a slab under market and then be able to sell it for more. But just generally, I've seen much more success buying raw cards, grading them out, and hitting that multiplier because people are still they're scared. They don't want to take the risk. They don't want to grade at 50, whatever the case may be. But it's like, well, guess what? Like, if you're not grading right now, like you're not creating inventory and you're just sitting on a grading pile, which is like dead capital. And because I like to have like a 90-day turnaround on like most of my items, if stuff sits for longer than that, then I'm usually like, not super happy about that. That's my general approach to like how I like to make money.
Yeah.
But I do think that if Pokemon, and again, who knows, but I do think if Pokemon continues to do well, I could definitely see like a lot of like sealed product continuing to appreciate as well. And it's also like a demand thing, man. So kind of like back to the point that we were talking about earlier about people being interested in now versus like interested in the old sets chasing their childhood. I remember going to this card show and like 85% of the Pokemon vendors had modern, right? And I was looking for like vintage cards to grade out. And I'm sitting here looking at this binder, and dude's got like, E-Series reverses and Neo hollows and all that stuff. So I'm going through, I'm picking cards out. I'm seeing if they have scratches. And this group of kids that's like maybe a little younger than me comes up and they're looking at this binder of like modern rainbow rares. And I mean, these cards are probably like 10, 15 bucks or whatever, right? And these kids are stoked. And he's yelling down the thing to his buddy. He's like, yo, dude, he's got rainbow rares. Like he's yelling. And I'm like, and I'm the only one looking at this vintage binder, like only one even interested. And I'm just like, damn, like, is it really that popping? It's modern definitely has a demand for sure, man. I'm not going to argue with you there. So
Here's the thing, it goes back to that spotting trends, a lot of people are wrapped up in this bubble that we're in on YouTube with this Pokemon investing, right? What we fail to realize is the millions of people that actually are the ones, continuing to carry this hobby into the future. They're the ones buying modern. They're the ones interested in modern. They're the ones collecting modern. They're not spending, their extra money on vintage. They're buying modern. A lot of them are opening it. And a lot of them truly like it. They're not worried about, the returns and this and that. They really like the cards. And I like I said, I don't like to, put words in people's mouth or call people out, but just my opinion, what I see is some channels, it seems as if they're really trying to make sure the interest stays on vintage and pull the money back to vintage because they see modern flourishing. And so, it's a hot take, but I really seen that more and more with the nonstop attacks on modern, because I don't see the modern channels attack vintage the way that vintage channels attack modern. And the only thing, there's only a couple explanations. It's one, they really believe in it. They really truly believe that people are going to get hurt investing in modern, or they're really trying to help them. Two, they're trying to protect their own investments, right? They have large amounts of money, huge net worth wrapped up in these vintage cards. And three, like I said, they see the money shifting, they see the sales of vintage falling. They want to bring that money back in because so much more modern product selling than vintage product now. And so it's like, it's just a shift in the overall market. And I think a lot of people they don't know how to shift to it. And with me, that's why I like to remain fluid. I like to kind of go with the trends. I don't like to try to, be set in my ways. Like, hey, if things change, if modern starts to go down and vintage becomes I'll move with it. Like, you just have to move with what the masses want, because masses move markets, the people at the top don't. I mean, no matter what all the smartest people on CNBC, Jim Cramer, the hedge fund managers, Warren Buffett wanted, GameStop and AMC still went to the moon.
I can't stand Jim
Because a bunch
Cramer.
of people got on freaking Wall Street bets and then wanted it to happen. I mean, you can't stop the masses. So if the masses want the Pokemon market, so they like modern, modern's gonna move.
Yeah,
right?
I think so. I do see what you're saying. I think a lot of the channels, and again, like I only watch like maybe like Jake, Dan, PK sometimes. I'm not watching. I watch Scott every once in a while, but I think that they saw the kinds of content that was coming out during the boom and they were worried that people were going to get wrecked. Now, like, again, like I'd have to sit and pull up numbers, but I'd be interested to see. And people like Jake and Swami and Dan were telling people like, don't buy, just do not buy vintage slabs right now. During the boom because they were like, this is crazy, they're way overpriced. But people that might have been saying like this is a good buy, like it is good to buy vintage right now. I think it would be interesting to look at like a Chonkachu Rainbow like PSA 10 price in the boom, how much it's retraced, and then compare that to like a Rocket Dark Charizard and price during the boom and how much that's retraced. I don't know. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I imagine it's probably around the same percentage. You know what I mean? Maybe the Rocket one is a little bit less or something because, there's less of it or something like that. But I think all those slabs were like a bad buy at the time. And so I think they saw a lot of that and were trying to keep people from doing stuff like that. And I think that part of it is like the proven thing too, right? Like earlier you were talking about like back then no one was thinking about this as an investment. So I think a lot of the people, because a lot of the people like the PKs, the Jakes, the Dans, the Z and Gs, those people were, I mean, they were businesses too, but they were like collectors, right? First. And I think things rocketed. They got lucky, like a certain amount of it might have been market analysis too, but things rocketed. And so now because they have that in their minds, they see vintage slabs and vintage in general as proven, if that makes sense. Whereas like modern obviously it's modern. It hasn't proven itself in the same sort of way yet. And so I think that might be why. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I'm just gonna say something really controversial just to really spice things up.
Throw it out there, man.
First of all, I want to take Jake out of it because I actually like Jake.
Yeah. I do too.
We talk. I mean, I like Jake as a person. I think he's really smart as an investor too. So, so not Jake, okay? But
okay.
I think a lot of people that got rich in Pokemon were whatever you want to call people, just, gamers, nerds, whatever you want to call them, who never left the hobby, who collected things they enjoyed their whole lives. They just bought things they liked and they got extremely lucky when Pokemon went to the moon. And now they're kind of the voices of the hobby that everyone looks to because they have the highest, have the biggest collection, they have the highest net worth. But it doesn't mean those people understand markets. It does not mean they understand how to value things, how to play markets, understand the shifts, understand trend. It doesn't mean they understand any of that. It just means that they got lucky being in a hobby that they loved and it went to the moon. Now, there are a lot of smart people on that side, but I'm just saying when you look to some of these people, like I don't want to call any names specifically, when you look at some of these people, just try to understand where they're coming from. They're coming from, they got caught up in a hobby they loved, that they collected massively. It went through a boom and they became millionaires. It doesn't mean that they were these brilliant investors. It's like someone, who's like a crypto guy and they got Bitcoin back when it was $1 and now they're multimillionaire. Now they want to tell everyone how to invest their money like they're some kind of genius, where it's like, you got lucky with one investment. You could get the next 50 wrong and lose all your money. I mean, and so that's the thing I just want to put out there is just because someone's got a large channel, just because someone has a large collection, has been in Pokemon the longest, has the most knowledge about the cards, it doesn't mean they understand how to play markets to the best out there. You would know this better than anyone getting into finance as a wealth advisor. I mean, what I'm saying is true.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I made my channel too, was because I was tired of listening to a lot of these people talk about the market, and it was clear to me that they have no idea what the F they're talking about when it comes to actual markets and how to actually, like understand like trends in the macro economy and stuff like that. And I was just like kind of tired of people saying like, yeah, well, this is happening in the economy and like so like Pokemon, it's just like, bro, like you have no idea what you're talking about, and it kind of frustrated me a little bit that people were just kind of like you said, like idolizing these people. And it's like, I'm not to say that they're not smart or they don't have, intelligent things to say or anything like that. But it's like, you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to like actual finance. You just loved something and it rocketed. Now, maybe you might have been bullish on that or whatever, but like you said, like that doesn't make you like, Warren Buffett of Pokemon or whatever, and like, if Pokemon would have traded sideways or just had seen like slow organic growth or whatever, like none of those people would be like where they are now, right? With YouTube. So I think it's, like you said, I think people can put people up on a pedestal a little bit. Now what I would say is like listening to people that have been around for a while is good because then they can provide you with perspective, right? So like people like Jake that were like, chill out, do not buy this stuff at the height. Like I remember when these cards were going for like this and now they're going for this, so just relax. I think that's good because it provides perspective. But if you look at a lot of the people that are like really successful, like the Dans, the Nick Old School Pokemons, the Z and Gs, they're businesses, they're net sellers. They've transitioned from like their collecting into the finance of it because they have this experience, they have this perspective, they understand the market, and they've turned it into a business. You know what I mean? Collectors in general are not going to be the winners overall. You know what I mean? If you're not staying financially minded, if you're not tracking the market, you're not going to do as good on a percentage basis as somebody that is a net seller or a business. You know what I mean? And I think that the boom was the only time where that wasn't the case. Because of these people had huge collections that went up. So yeah, what do you think about
like,
that?
especially people trying to argue the points that really don't even watch the market. I mean, again, not naming names, but I mean, I've been in live stream debates with people and they're just like, they would quote numbers or say, well, modern has been, and I would just quote the numbers and they would say, well, is it really at that? Like, yeah, are you paying attention? It really moved that much already. Like, oh, I didn't know. It's like, well, you gotta be involved in the market. But no, I see Dan in the chat, catching all collectibles. Dude, I wasn't talking about you as well during that as well. But no, not Dan, not Jake, and not Z and G. I wasn't talking about those guys at all. But we did mention Scott. I said Pratt. I do want to bring that up just because I've been following Scott since he had like 1,200 subscribers. So like the very beginning, basically. I mean, I followed him for years. I was a member of E4 for over 5 years. I mean, I was all wrapped up in it. And I learned so much from Scott. I mean, so much knowledge about Pokemon, got tons of knowledge from E4. I can't say enough about it. But things changed. And as things started to change, Scott became a lot more defensive. Scott got a lot wrong. If you want to go back and check his videos over the years, because I followed him, Scott has not always gotten everything right. He's been wrong. He's misquoted multiple things. If people, so I know people want to take Scott's word as gold, and he is right about a lot. Some of it he's right because, he maybe pumped things, whatever it may be, but I'm not gonna get into that. But he's been right a lot, but he's also been wrong about things. He's not 100% right. But one thing I wanted to point out is the whole E4 scenario about how I got banned. I know we wanted to bring that up.
Yeah.
As the times were changing and as I was like starting to see these things happen, I was mentioning these things in E4 and I was getting backlash about like Modern Sealed and about, the investments, the mind of the consumers changing, the whole Pokemon market shifting. And I would literally have comments deleted from the mods would just straight delete my comments. They would delete my threads. They wouldn't let me speak. That was one of the biggest reasons I created this channel, is because I eventually finally got banned from E4. I guess the Leonhard event was the thing that finally pushed it over the edge because I was making comments about that. And again, everyone knows me here. I mean, I'm pretty much same off camera. I really don't talk vulgar. I'm not like, I'm not an evil person. I've always kept everything respectful. I just lay out my opinions. I mean, sometimes I do it more enthusiastically, or I may sound like I'm attacking or defensive, but yeah, I'm just like passionate, and I do. This is how I talk to my friends. But I never used any like, attacked anyone by name, and never like used any, harsh language. But just like the things I said, my opinions, they kept getting deleted. Eventually, I got banned from E4, and messaged Scott about it. He refused to take the ban away, and so I just said, what, screw it. I'm just going to create a YouTube channel because it's ridiculous that this is becoming where you can't even talk about this subject because people are deleting it. And I think that now that, that was kind of like why I was, I don't know, I guess so passionate on my channel and so energetic about these topics that I talk about, is because it was kept down for so long. Like I wasn't allowed to speak my mind because it would get deleted for so long. And so to finally get it out there and have a platform to share it on, I wanted to kind of scream as loud as I could to get enough people to hear it, because the more people that hear it can go check for themselves. The more people that check for themselves are going to say, hey, this guy might have a point. Hey, maybe I should look into more of this. Hey, maybe everything they're saying isn't right. Hey, maybe those investments aren't performing as well as they did back in 2015. Maybe these last 2 years, these last months it's not the same market. It's not the same product it used to be. And so that's basically how my whole channel came along, is basically the whole E4 SM Pratt thing. So
Okay. Yeah, I think E4 is definitely like a wealth of knowledge for sure, but it also has like cool kids table syndrome a little bit, you know, they're not, and again, like this is not everybody's a monolith or anything like that, but like if you join the E4 Discord and you're somebody that's like new to the hobby, they're generally like you're going to be met with like a lot of trolling, a lot of people making fun of you. It's not super welcoming, and I think that that's unfortunate. But I do think it has become a little bit of a exclusionary sort of area to where it's like, okay, well, if you don't have like a first edition, you know, PSA 10 base collection or a trophy card or whatever, then just like you're not even worth my time or whatever. And I don't really think that that's great, you know. Yeah, so again, like I've read a lot of stuff on E4 and there's a lot of good information to be found there, a lot of really knowledgeable people, but yeah, it's not very welcoming, I would say, like generally to, and especially to like differing opinions or so.
it's changed. It didn't evolve over time with the community. You know, it was for like, you know, hardcore collectors that, you know, to build a community around Pokemon when there wasn't another community around. Like the YouTube wasn't what it was. I mean, Discord wasn't around. You know, Instagram didn't have as big a Pokemon content. Pokemon didn't have the big a following. That's why Scott created it. I mean, it was a great source, and it's kind of like things get corrupt over time. I mean, as people start to become moderators, get into control, they have their biases and they want to, you know, kind of enforce their biases on the community when people say things they disagree with. And it just kind of creates, you know, it's the same thing that's going on with Twitter right now with Elon Musk. He just wants to get on and open up free speech, right? It's like it kind of almost became that type of echo chamber in E4 where, you know, if you weren't saying the kind of the approved speech, it wasn't really allowed to be talked about. And it's just not, it's not the way it should be. I mean, everyone should be open to everyone else's ideas. I mean, that's what makes the community great. That's what makes the market the way it is. I mean, if everyone thought the same way, that means every item that people love would go to the moon, and every other item would go, you know, to zero, because everyone was on the same bandwagon. It's like the reason different items move at different prices at different times is because different people feel different ways about certain items at certain times in their life or certain times in the market, and it just keeps a constant flow. And so to not keep a constant flow of information to keep up with that, it's just kind of, I don't know, it's illogical, right? It doesn't make sense anymore.
So you've done like some, like, I guess you would call them like call out videos or response videos or whatever.
Oh,
Is it because like you feel attacked? Is it because you feel the information that people are putting out there is like maybe negatively directed at you specifically, or like what is, because you don't seem super combative, or you know what I mean? So like what is your, like what's your take on that, and like what pushes you to call people out by name and say like, hey, you said this, I'm going to prove you wrong? Like, I'm just interested, you know what I mean?
Hey man, it's YouTube, we're having fun.
Yeah.
Honestly, we're all on here talking about Pokemon cards at the end of the day. If anyone's too upset, I mean, literally just email me and be like, let me know you're actually like upset in real life, and I really want you to make those videos. Like I figured everyone could handle it. I figure we're all just like in heated debates, you know, like obviously the drama does good on YouTube, you know, all those reasons. But no, the very first one where I did like a response to ... you know, it was Pokenomics live stream, and me and Jacob talked about it. We're all cool. It was when my channel was brand new on that one, and I had like maybe a couple hundred, 200-300 subscribers, and I just felt like my channel was already getting like this bad rap it was kind of being lumped in with like the hype channels and the, I guess, channels during the boom that, you know, made all kind of crazy predictions and all that. And I didn't want to be lumped into that. And so I wanted to make a response to be like, hey, yo, I'm different. I'm not about that. I'm backing my stuff up with facts and data and, you know, and 7 years of experience now. Like I'm not that guy that's just jumping in out of nowhere, you know, spewing random stuff. So that was kind of the first one. And then like, it kind of just stemmed from live streams or like, you know, things that I heard that I felt that were kind of be detrimental to people to hear. Like, I mean, one that really stands out was the SM Pratt one. It's just like some of the stuff he said in that video was just so off base. Like one of the comments that just sticks with me is you could just go and work a minimum wage job instead of invest in Pokemon and do better. And like, okay, you can work a minimum wage job and do better than any type of investing, right? I mean, if you're looking to make 10% on your money in a 401k a year, I mean, why not just go get a second job and work instead of invest, right? Like you're not investing to make, you're not trying to be a full-time investor. You're trying to make the money you make off your job, make money for you passively. And so I just thought that was a really funny statement. There was just data points that I saw, like, because he has such a huge audience and I just feel like it was going to lead people astray. And so I just wanted to try to get some type of word out there that, hey, there's another side to this. He's not showing you the whole story. Scott's very smart and understands the market. And so he's trying to show the side of the market he wants to show without telling the whole story. I just want to show the whole story so that you can make an informed decision. And so it's more of that type of stuff where I just see like all this hate being put on Modern Sealed when there's not a ton of facts to back it up. The only thing that I've heard really to back it up is these future, you know, predictions. That's it. That's all anyone has is, well, it's not going to continue to do that. Well, Pokemon bought Millennium Print Group, so I'll get printed to oblivion. Well, stuff's going to get reprinted. Stuff's got reprinted forever. I mean, Evolution's seen so many reprints, you can't even, the printing machine broke, right? It steamed up and just quit. I mean, we've seen reprints forever and it hasn't affected long-term growth yet. And so for you to just, someone just come out and say it's going to, it's just a baseless claim. They're just kind of coming up with the reasons why, but they have no data to back it up. But then they want to back up the vintage slabs with data. So it's like, you can't have it both ways. Either past data is right or it's wrong. If it's right for vintage slabs, why isn't it right for Modern Sealed? And so I just like to always shout out those points. And then obviously, I think the PK one's probably the biggest one going around, you know. Look, I genuinely like everyone in this hobby. I think he's the one person I really just don't get along with. We just don't mesh well, is what it is. You're always going to come across people like that. Hey, his channel seems to be doing great. I mean, he's starting stuff up with Cool Trainer Ryan Rattle. I'm sure his channel's gonna do great. I think our personalities don't mix well. Our ideas in the market don't mix well. I don't think he likes to debate or he doesn't want to debate with me. I mean, after his whole call out on me saying I'm just making content geared up to make a Patreon and I have all these like diabolical plans in mind, which I don't. I've never even logged on. I don't even know how to use Patreon. I am literally just trying to keep content on my channel because I'm busy and just to keep 3-4 videos a week is enough for me. And then like he has kept, you know, speaking down on Modern, you know, Sealed. And I reached out to him, tried to get him to come on the channel. I tried to get on his channel. I tried to, you know, squash the beef any way I could. And then he made another video, like, and not really geared at me, but sort of. And so I finally said, okay, fine. If he doesn't want to talk to me, if he doesn't want to respond to me, if he wants to keep making this kind of content, I'll make this kind of content. So I just started firing back. I mean, it was never really out of like, I'm so worked up and angry because I mean, I'm not, you know, we're talking about Pokemon on YouTube, but at the same time, it's just like, hey, if you're going to come at me, bro, like I can come back at you, right? Like, I mean, if you're going to show facts and figures, I can show facts and figures, you know, I mean, I'm not going to let people talk down my channel and talk down Modern Sealed when I know it's not the whole story. So yeah, I mean, that's basically how it all of it went down. I mean, I would say, I mean, anyone else can say, you know, maybe the chat or anyone else out there could say I'm not, but I think I'm cool with everyone else besides PK. I know me and Jake Pokenomics are cool. You know, I talked to Catch 'em All Collectibles. I talked to, you know, Eli from Pokemart. You know, I talked to Ava, I talked to Northwoods. I mean, I'm pretty much cool with everyone. Even when they reached out to me on Instagram or by email that was like upset about a video I made, we pretty much just went back and forth on messages, found some common ground. We're cool with each other. So yeah, I'm not trying to be this hated, like, you know, diabolical figure. It just, you know, I think just my personality in general, just, being more high energy, being more like in your face, like, hey, let's hash this out. Let's have a real debate. Let's talk about things. Let's be passionate. I just think that rubs people the wrong way sometimes. And, they don't really get to know me. They just see that and they feel like attacked. I think that's the best way to put it.
Yeah, I think it's also because a lot of nerds, I guess I would say, tend not to be the best with confrontation. I don't shy away from confrontation. And it seems like you don't either. And so I think, like you said, they're taking it as an attack where it's more like, like I'm just trying to talk about it. Like, let's just talk about it. You know what I mean? And I think that people tend to get really, really, really defensive when people disagree with them or whatever. And it's like, the sky isn't falling because somebody disagrees with you. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay for people to have separate opinions. It's okay for people to have disagreements. And honestly, like, that's better for the viewer, right? Because you can take this person's opinion and this person's opinion and maybe, formulate your own opinion somewhere in the middle, right? So yeah,
Hey,
man, like,
Marty the Martian, Nostalgianomics rode the wave for views. Don't lie, bro. Yeah, I mean, people have just told me that, but like, you can go check my channel, like scroll through my videos. Any of those videos are nowhere near the most viewed videos on the channel. Like, my most viewed video, my entire channel is like, Astral Radiance is not a buy or something. Like, those videos are nowhere near my top videos. Like, I don't even know if they're in the top 10, maybe in the top 10, but not even the top 5. So it's like, it's not like I was just like getting massive amounts of views and growth from those videos. So I promise you that wasn't it. It just kind of happened. I was kind of the focal point because I was the guy that was kind of talking the loudest about it. And so I guess I felt like it was geared towards me, even when it wasn't. Sometimes it was geared towards me, and I just kind of rolled with it. So I wasn't like searching out these this like drama channel to get views. I promise you that. You can even check me on that. But go ahead, finish your thought.
That's fair. I think, yeah, man, I don't know. Just like I was saying, I think a lot of people get way too defensive. I think a lot of people are just way too soft or just aren't used to pushing in. And I think it's just the demographic, man. It's just like a lot of nerds, a lot of people that maybe aren't as socially skilled or whatever, and I think that's why people that can communicate their thoughts effectively are the ones that are on YouTube, right? Like, Jake can sit for 3 hours by himself and do a live, you know what I mean? Because dude's a skilled speaker, right? Like, he's an effective speaker. And then I think on the other side of it, people might not like be as quick to disagree with Jake publicly because then they feel like they can't compete with him because he thinks quick on his feet. He's an extremely intelligent dude. And they might not want to be put on the spot, but I think disagreement is healthy. I think people having different opinions is healthy. And at the end of the day, like, it's just Pokemon, man. It's just Pokemon. This is not like I'm talking about your wife and your kids and stuff like that. It's just Pokemon cards, man. So like, I think people need to chill out, but I would ask, like, what's your goal? Like, what is your goal for the channel? Do you just kind of like having fun with it, rocking with it? Like, you just want to keep building it and see where it goes? Do you have like plans to maybe like scale things, or like what's your thoughts there?
Million subscribers.
Okay. Okay.
No, honestly, like, I literally started it for honestly the reason you said. Kind of, I saw so many channels like this, and I'm just like, they're missing this, they're missing that. No one's bringing this up. I try to, like, in the chat, I always just get, kind of scroll past in the chat. I couldn't really ever get my opinions out there. And then also the getting banned from E4 was kind of the cherry on top. I'm like, okay, I have to make a channel. I have to. Someone's gonna want to hear this, right? And so that was kind of why the genesis of it. Where I'm going, it's happening so fast, right? Like, I mean, like over 2,000 subscribers. I've been doing this for a little over 4 months now, I think. Like, I didn't really plan on everything happening this fast. And I didn't plan on it being as much work as it is. I mean, I don't know how much, work it is for you, but I mean, this has been quite a bit of work for me on YouTube. I mean, I try to reply to all my comments. I'm getting Instagram messages, I'm getting emails. just trying to come up with ideas for videos, get like all the, get all the research and write things up so I can make it and do like a 10-minute, 12-minute video. It's hard. I shoot it multiple times, making the thumbnail. I mean, I don't edit really the videos, but it's just everything goes into that, and just getting 3 to 4 of those out a week's a lot. So I mean, further from here, I don't have like concrete plans. That's why it was so funny when I got called out by Pokemon Knowledge about having these like plans of a Patreon and everything's geared towards a paywall. Like, look, I'm still figuring out like everything. Like, I mean, I figured out how to use Zoom, when I had Catch 'em All collectibles on. It literally was the thing where it switched between screens because I didn't know how to use Zoom yet. I mean, I'm still asking other creators how to do certain things on YouTube and how to. I had to ask Pokemon Classics about like webcams and microphones to buy. I'm just new to all this. I'm not a tech guy. I'm not an online, business guy. And so I just been trying to learn. Yeah, I'd like to keep growing. I'd like to, come up with an idea to make this, a better experience for the community. If I were to ever create like a Patreon or something, it would have to be something that held real value, like something like Rudy does, where you can actually like buy product at a discount, or you get exclusive cards through a certain. It has to be something of value. I'm not looking to just create something to, hey, pay me for extra content. I mean, I'll just put the content on my YouTube if it's like that. So yeah, I mean, obviously, I think we all want to grow. I mean, just grow the channel, grow the views, and keep getting the word out there. As far as like long-term plans or like my big picture, I don't have it. As much as people want to hear that I do, I don't have it. I don't have a grand scheme. I wish I did. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you that it was definitely a lot more work than I initially anticipated. I was really happy when Jake made the Discord, because I was like, okay, cool. Like, now I can have conversations with people, because I'd be like listening to stuff or listening to lives or whatever. And I'd be like, oh, well, what about this? What do people think about this? Blah, blah, blah. So same thing as you. Like, I felt like people were like missing certain things, or like weren't focusing on certain things as much. So I was really happy when he made the Discord, because you met a lot of people that are willing to do the intellectual gymnastics required to have these like long form conversations and really think deeply about stuff and talk about the market and stuff like that. But I guess my goal, obviously, like, yeah, I'd like to get bigger, but I think I really just want to be the like Pokemon finance guy. Like, I made a video that was talking about how it was a good time to buy cards from Japan because the yen was crashing against the dollar. You know what I mean? And I just feel like no one's doing stuff like that. You know what I mean? And people might talk about the market and the pop reports and blah. It's like, who's out here saying like, okay, well, the yen's at a 5-year low against the dollar. You should be buying Japanese Pokemon cards to flip because there's arbitrage. So like that's kind of like my goal for the channel, is to be like the finance guy, like the guy that can actually back it up with macroeconomic stuff that's going on, not necessarily like, what are the top 5 things to buy or anything like that, but just give like hard financial data and perspective, I guess, on things, because I'm a finance nerd. Like that's just what I'm into, you know what I mean? And it's just been a huge blessing to even be able to make money, as a side hustle, like flipping Pokemon. Like 3-4 years ago, if you would have told me that was even a thing, I would have been like, are you serious? You know what I mean? So and I guess I would ask you too, like, so we have seen appreciation on things, but let's say like, like we're headed towards.
Pokemon Knowledge just said to send him the link.
Is he in here? Oh, absolutely.
This can break the Pokemon.
Oh my God, bro. Let's go, man. Hell yeah.
Okay.
Holy guacamole. Now I feel like I need a hat. I need a baseball cap so I can match you guys, but I got this stupid headset on. But really quick, before it gets real spicy, do you think so? If like it's looking like we're headed towards a recession, potentially first part of like 2023, do you think that if Pokemon kind of like just kind of slows down sales volume, things aren't really moving, modern prices stop appreciating on boxes, there's a lot of supply out there, you're not seeing the sort of gains that you're seeing right now, will your investment strategy change, or will your thinking change based on, like what's going on in like the broader market?
Um, I mean, I think it's not known exactly how it's going to affect the Pokemon market, a recession. I mean, no, I don't think it's gonna. I mean, if anything, I'll probably be buying more at those low prices. I mean,
Okay.
um,
So you're thinking more like weather the storm kind of thing, buy low, be liquid when there's potential opportunities, because this will pass sort of thing. That's your opinion.
oh yeah, I mean, what do you mean it'll pass like the downturn? Like, or you
Yeah,
think
yeah,
it's gonna
yeah,
maybe if like the
yeah.
economy downturns is gonna stay, Pokemon's gonna stay down? You think?
Well, no, I'm asking you if like you would change it or adapt to the time, or if you would say like, okay, this is a really good time to buy because the economy's down, because Pokemon's slow right now. I can pick up stuff for the dirt because I do believe in the longer term turnaround
Yeah,
on
that's how I feel about everything. Stock market too is, there's only two options. It has to recover, or everything goes to zero and money doesn't matter anyway. So, right? I mean, if everything just goes down, down, down perpetually, well, then all of our money's done. Like our retirement, our 401ks, our our IRAs are going down, our house values are going down, everything's going down. So it's not going to matter if I have money here, or in Pokemon. It's all going to nothing. So yeah, I mean, I think things do recover, over time, eventually when things do get to a low point, things change, right? Like companies will start to lower prices, right? To have more consumers come in. And as those prices, lower, the sales start to go up. Well, as the sales go up, that allows the numbers on, Wall Street to look better. So then the stocks rise. And then as the companies go up, the stocks rise. Now they need more employees to hire. So then it constantly has that wave. And then when things get too high, it's doing what happens now. And I think the same with Pokemon. It's when things get low enough, people say, oh yeah, I will open that box for $75. I'll buy it to open and have fun. I will, buy a few of those, and I'll do this. And eventually that does, eventually find that bottom and turn it around the other way. So yeah, I think, I don't know if we're going to see a time in our lives where things don't recover. We might just be living in that time in history. But no, I mean, I'm riding it out until the foreseeable future. I don't think a downturn in the overall economy is going to, spell disaster for Pokemon. We've had how many downturns and recessions in, the history for kind of everything. Comic books, most comic books, like the top ones to the test of time, the top magic, stuff to the test of time, and now Pokemon. I mean,
yeah.
things could change, but I'm not sure. I sent Pokemon Knowledge the link. Hey, if you're on the chat, man, feel free to
Pull up.
come in.
Excited for that one. Yeah. I like PK's stuff a lot for sure. Like I think I really enjoyed the live he did with the guy, the MK Pokey CC, the dude who like collected and graded all those trophy cards and stuff. I thought that was a really cool live
He's
that
got
he
some
did.
crazy guests on that channel. That's all I know.
Yeah. But back to the economic thing. So I would tend to agree with you. I would say that like another thing that you could pull like from the stock, the crypto market, whatever, is like retail investors love to sell the bottom, right? I don't want to get like too political with it or whatever, but part of the reason that the rich get richer and the gap between like the top 1% and the rest of the country kind of like that gap widens over time is because rich people can weather downturns in the market and don't need to sell in order to continue, their lifestyle, right? The average person, the retail trader, is going to sell the bottom because they see their investments get hit and they're like, oh my God, I need to get out now while I still can with my money, potentially take a loss on stuff, and then lose out on potential gains because they're trying to time the market or whatever. And then when things start going back up, then they feel comfortable coming back in. So I would say like with Pokemon too, like if you are bullish on like the long term, or you're a business, like you're constantly flipping, like I'm excited, especially for like the end of summer going into like the holiday season, because even last holiday season when things were still way higher prices than they are now, dude, like PWCC, the first couple months PWCC was off eBay, it was free money. It was free money, dude. Like you could literally go on PWCC, buy stuff, turn around, sell it on eBay and make like 40, 60% margin. It was nuts. It was nuts. And so I think that like if we start heading towards a recession, like that people are continue to be freaked out about the economy, the stock market doesn't really recover, you're going to be able to buy people's collections for the dirt if you are liquid and you're able to afford putting capital into buying that. You might be able to buy a collection at like 60, 50% of market. And then when things do correct or go back up, or if you're willing to do the work as a business, you can sit and piece all that stuff out and make the money. And that's unfortunate, right? Because like you don't want to take advantage of people and you don't want to see like people lose money. But unfortunately, that's just kind of how it is in the stock market, right? Is like retail loves to buy the top and sell the bottom. And I feel like the same might be true for Pokemon. What's up, PK?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's poppin'?
Oh,
What's
I don't
up,
know.
man?
Just, I wanted to come on. Alex is saying a lot of stuff I didn't really agree with. So I do want to hear Alex's thoughts on why he's saying some stuff, especially about me. So
Can we squash everything after this?
I don't know, Alex. You've attacked me a lot.
Okay. Well, I'm open ears. I'm sure everyone out there wants to hear this, so feel free to ask me anything.
So Alex, how many times have I said your name on my channel?
Oh, you make a very good point not to say my name, but everyone out there knows who you're talking about.
So it's 0, right?
Well, you do that on purpose. I think it's because you don't want to give me a shout out or you don't want to make sure it's known that you're talking about me. But I think the general community knows who you're talking about.
But do you think it's funny that you think it's because I don't want to do something beneficial for you? That's why, and not
No,
just
I'm just
being
saying
nice.
I don't know why it is, but
Alex,
do
let
it
me
on
ask you this
purpose.
question: have you been on my channel?
Yes.
Did you come on my channel when you had less than 1,000 subscribers?
Yes.
Did you? Is that gatekeeping?
Of course not.
What was I trying to get out of it by having you on my channel at the time? My channel was much larger than yours. What did I get out of that?
Well, I can give my opinion.
Okay, yeah. What did I get out of it? Because for me,
Okay.
I thought I
Okay.
did something very nice to you and was
Yes and
very
no.
inviting. And the fact that I've
Well,
never
yes and no.
said your name in a negative way one time, even though you've been on my channel as a guest.
Well, let's tell how. So right when I got on, you sprung it on me that we were going to be doing a debate about the ethics of Pokemon investing. And then you
Before
really
we went
wanted to make
live,
it
did I
sound
say,
like-
Alex, if you have even one issue with that, one single issue, we wouldn't talk about it at all. True or false?
Yeah, I didn't. I'm just saying you asked me what was in it for
You're,
you to
you're
have me
talking
on.
about it now like it's a negative thing.
No,
Alex,
you asked
came
me a
on my
question of
channel.
what it
I
was
said,
in
are
it
you
for
okay with having this conversation? If you are not okay with it, we will not talk about it one single time.
I am okay with it.
So why would you bring that up just now? Like
All right,
that's
Because
a problem.
you asked me
play
what
nice,
would,
boys.
how would
Play
it
nice.
benefit
Play
you
nice.
to have me on, and I think that's how it benefited you. It was a way for you to talk down to someone coming up that had different views on you because you were a bigger channel, had a louder
give
voice,
me a
and you had a more established voice, and it was a way to talk down the things that I was
Alex,
saying and make them sound
In
wrong.
what world do you think I need to bring somebody on who has a smaller channel so I could somehow berate them? In
It's
what
not about-
world do
not
you
me,
live in
not
that you
me.
think that
Not
makes
me, my
sense?
ideas.
But then you make a video talking about you've mentioned my name on so many different occasions. I don't know why. Alex, my video when I brought up the Skyridge prices was because you mentioned my name in the video where you did the reaction. You goes, now let's look at Pokemon Knowledge's favorite set, Skyridge. And then you proceeded to tell me how the set that I have the best returns on of any set in this hobby, you
Because of when you
managed
got
to
in.
find numbers that were lower. And then Alex,
it's
you
because
say
of
that
when you
I'm
got in.
anti-modern.
You're
Alex,
when your
I am one
audience
of the
could have
most
got it, they could have
pro-modern
got those
channels
prices.
out there.
Okay,
Your
wait,
audience
really,
could
really
never
quick.
have got the prices you got though.
Really
What?
quick. I, as somebody that likes both of you guys, I'll just say I'm interested in hearing this. I think the community wants to hear this, but let's keep it civil. Let's keep it respectful. You know what I mean? I think that there can be some disagreements here, and I think that there can, at the end of this, I think that there can be common ground to be found. Just want to say that I'm a shrimp. I don't even have 100 subscribers, but
That doesn't matter.
yeah, but you know, like I think both of you guys are smart. I just think that everybody has their own, you know, perspective of how things went down and things like that. Feelings can get hurt. So let's keep it, you know, respectful. But
I was just answering your question. You asked me what I thought you had to gain from having me on. I just said, I mean, it was a way for a larger channel, more established channel, a more respected voice in the community to show that your ideas about investing were superior to my ideas. That's all I was saying.
No, Alex, the reason I had you on and we had that conversation is because it was a discussion. And you, how many times now have you talked about how discussions are good for this hobby? Alex, do you know how many different people I bring on my channel with very opposing viewpoints? I purposely, on purpose, bring people on who have different opposing views because it makes good conversation, because I like to hear all sides. And sometimes it is a debate. And do you want to know the crazy thing, Alex? Do you know who Bulba Squad is?
Yeah.
So Bulba Squad came on my channel and I was the pro modern argument, and I debated him why modern was a good investment. He took the bearish argument. I love to bring on people with opposing sides and try to debate all sides. That makes great content because by debating both sides, even if you agree with either side, as long as you debate both sides, you try to look at both viewpoints, you'll come out of it stronger. But for whatever reason,
I agree.
You think that I am so anti your channel, and I have no clue where it came from. When I talked about the paywall thing on Jake's Patreon, the reason it came up was, Alex, I don't know if you remember the conversation. You kept directing questions to me, calling my name out in the chat, asking me questions about paywalls. Questions you were asking me is like, well, how much is too much, PK? All this stuff. But you were asking me directly by name. So I answered you directly by name. And then I said to you, Alex, it appears that because you were very pro Patreon, and that's fine. I understand the pro Patreon conversation. The problem I was coming from was you were pro Patreon, but you had no skin in the game, but you were very defensive. And I felt in a way in that chat, you were kind of going after me personally because you were only saying my name and not Basic Trainer. So you were going after me on this very pro Patreon kick. And I'm like, but this dude doesn't have any skin in the game. Why does he have such strong opinions pro paywall Patreon? So I called you out directly by name. I said, Alex, just so you know, it looks like everything you're doing, all the questions you're asking me is because you're going to set up a paywall Patreon. And if I'm wrong, and a year from now, I already recorded the short during that live where I apologized to you. And I'm just going to take that clip. It's going to be a 60-second short. And in a year from now, if you don't have a Patreon, I'm going to do that. But Alex, where I was coming from, your questions were directly to me.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess I just felt that you were the one that was making those arguments. I mean, Basic Trainer was a lot more quiet on that one than he was on.
So
he was a lot more quiet on Jake's live stream than the one where he made the Patreon comment.
So I think you need to go back and watch that a little bit. There's like an hour-long gap where I don't say a word on Jake's and Basic's Patreon like paywall conversation.
For all of it. Okay.
I just sat back at the very beginning. I almost don't say anything. And if you actually go and read the chat, if you read the actual chat before that, there's people saying, please let PK talk because I don't talk throughout the whole thing. Like until the end when because I let them have their conversation and say all the things they want to say. What I believe is for some reason, I don't know what I did. You've like found me to be this invisible boogeyman, Alex, that doesn't exist. Do you think I'm anti-modern? And I'm going to ask you this because in today's video, I heard you use the word, there's a changing of guard. Alex, do you realize on my channel, I have a video titled The Changing of Guard in Pokemon, where I only talk about how the new modern investor is probably going to overtake this hobby? What you said is a video that exists before your channel existed. And I took that exact standpoint. Where you come from thinking I'm anti-modern, I'll never know. If anything, I've gotten arguments with people for being too pro-modern.
I mean, I strongly, I guess you might have videos that make those points. I mean, but I think an overall consensus in the community, if we have someone vote, is he more of a vintage or more of a modern guy? I think it's going to be vintage far more.
Give me one example where I was hard on modern, just one. Out of all the videos I made, I think I have close to over 200. Give me one example where I was really hard on modern
items bags. Multiple.
What was the title?
I don't know the title, but I mean, I've watched tons of your live streams where you called modern items bags. Are you serious?
Modern items? Of course. Yeah. Charizard V Champions Path promo for $100+ in a PSA 10. People that bought that, that's a bag. Dude, Chill and Rain booster boxes, when it dropped below $80, the person who dropped those booster boxes below that dollar amount, I went and talked to them in person because I was so interested. I made a video called As I Walk Through the Valley of the $79.95 booster boxes, I fear no evil, where I said, I think all this modern product is great buys at this dollar amount.
So why do you still, I don't want to use the wrong word, so just forget my terminology, but why do you still promote these set cards from Skyridge, Quabblos, things like that in PSA 10 as good investments when you know that since your channel was created, they haven't been. Now, when you got in, they have been, but ever since you've had a YouTube channel, they have not been. They have not performed as well as Modern Seal. They just haven't. It's
very interesting you say that because I'm very good with my words and I never say that these things are very good investments to buy them at PSA 10 prices and stuff. If you're talking about the video I made where I showed 10 prices, that was an argument against your video because I use the same website. Alex, when I talk about graded cards, when I talk about vintage cards, the one thing you'll hear me say over and over and over again is that the best play for vintage cards is to get familiar with grading skills and to grade your own cards because you should be buying raw. Alex, I'm sure you went back and probably tried to find videos on my channels. You can tell everybody because I'm sure you know it. I made a video titled The Best Investment of January 2021. And do you know what that was? It wasn't to buy any cards. It was just to grade your cards yourself. I never talk about picking up high-end graded cards. Alex, I would never do that because the market right now is so oversaturated. If people are not familiar, don't know how to navigate this market for graded slabs, they can get destroyed because we are in the bulk slab era for some cards. And if people can't tell the difference between a PSA 7 unlimited Diglett versus some high-end, very low population Expedition Aquapolis Skyridge card, and they think of those as being the same because they're both graded, it's drastically different.
Hey, I think we found common ground. I mean, I think we're 100% agreement. But if you're able to say not good,
but Alex, this is the crazy thing. We are very common. Me and you probably have tons and tons of similar thoughts. But why you somehow boogeyman me as if I'm so anti this stuff? I don't understand that.
Well, I reached out to you after that Pokenomics live stream. You never got back to me, and then you made
Alex, I reached out to you after your video, and you never got back to me. It works both ways, man. True, you want me to pull up the email? True or false? I reached out to you, and I said, Alex, can you please stop saying my name in videos? Did you respond? You never responded to me. So I'm not going to respond back to you if you don't respond to me, man.
Within hours?
What?
You released that video the same day you emailed me.
Alex, because you kept saying my name in your videos.
Well, if I don't respond within hours, it's not my fault.
But Alex, you're talking to people like I haven't responded back to you. That's not true. The last email sent in the chain is from me to you with no response, man. So don't say I don't respond to you.
With no response ever since Jake's live stream like a month ago.
Dude, because you were going after me, you call me the biggest gatekeeper in this hobby.
I sent that email over a month ago. You never got back to me.
And the email I sent to you never responded back. So you know what? one wrong doesn't make a right, man, but don't make it sound like you're on this island by yourself where you were emailing me. I wasn't responded. I emailed you. You didn't respond. It happens both ways, man.
That's fair.
So
That's fair.
you're only talking about the one I didn't respond to, but ignoring the very last email sent where you ignored it. So we could have potentially squashed it there, but you don't know because you didn't respond.
Okay.
So you
fine.
can't
That's
say
fair.
that I didn't respond. I tried to start that conversation and you just ghosted me in the last email of that conversation.
That's fair.
So,
Look, I'm not here trying to create more attention. I'm trying to fix this. Like,
but Alex, you
Yeah.
also, so in this hobby, again, we're in the Pokemon sphere, right? When you call somebody a gatekeeper in this hobby, that is a very strong negative condensation, right? Dude, you call me the biggest, you titled, I think you started your video within the first minute and said, congratulations, Pokeknowledge. You are the biggest gatekeeper in this hobby. That's how you started your video. You think that's like, I would want to reach out to you after stuff like that?
that was the second video. That was a month or more than a month after I reached out to you and never got a response.
But is that your way to get my attention is what I'm
Of
asking.
course not. I mean, I figured I'll just this bridge is burned. I mean,
But why do you have to burn the bridge?
I don't. You just seem like you wanted nothing to do with me, and like
Alex.
you were making videos against me, against what I said, and
Alex, I don't know what you're doing. Like why you like think I'm so anti you, anti your channel. I already mentioned earlier today, I had you on my channel. We've had discussions. I'm not gatekeeping against you, man.
okay, it's not against me. I don't feel that way at all. I'm just saying against people in general by making a statement that PSA 10s are the only form of investment. That's a gatekeeping.
No.
It is.
All right. So if you go
You
back
said
and
a
watch
PSA
that video,
9 would not be an investment. You said that.
Alex, if you listen to what I said if you're going to look at the high end of investments, you got to look at 10s the same way. If you're going to look at sealed product, you only look at booster boxes and you don't look at mini portfolios. Do you remember that in that video? I said if you're going to talk about graded slabs as being investable, you got to look at 10s opposed to 9s, the same way you got to look at a booster box opposed to a mini portfolio. Alex, the mini portfolio for battle styles at retail is $4.99. For 36 mini portfolios, makes one booster box. That's $180. Nobody does that comparison. You know why? Because it's a stupid comparison. It's the same way when you talk about investing in certain high-end vintage slabs, you talk about the 10 prices opposed to other prices because there's such a big swing and such a different collector pool. Does that make sense?
Take this then. Take this. If someone has $300 to spend and a PSA 10 is $3,000, but a PSA 9 is $300, or you can buy a $300 booster box, then you would compare the booster box to the 9, no?
No, now you're just talking dollar amounts.
It's the same price point. It's the same price point.
So are you asking me so you would no same price point?
I'm saying if someone has
a $3,000 booster box versus a $3,000 slab. No,
if someone has a certain amount of dollars to spend, what's the best way to use that money? It's not a slab.
In my opinion, in my experience, I would say if you had $300 and you could pick up some good raw cards, potential PSA 10 candidates, like Retro, why he was flashing some cards. One of the cards he threw up was the Raichu from Sandstorm. I don't know what the condition of that card was, but if that's a potential PSA 9,
a 10.
Yeah, if it's a PSA 10 contender, guess what? For under $300, he could pick up that card and do really, really good. So that would be my advice. I would never tell anybody to buy a slab. That's ridiculous.
No, me and Jake talked about that on one of his streams. I've never argued the fact that the best possible way to make money in the Pokemon market is to grade raw cards and then sell them for profit. That's the best way. But my argument has always been against anyone buying slabs at market price. It's always, 99% of the time it's be better to buy the booster box at the same market price. The steel price is going to outraise the slab. That's all I've ever said. I didn't.
Alex, and I don't tell people to buy PSA 10 slabs at market. I don't do it. I said, but if we're going to compare how a set did, I only was comparing prices. I never said to buy those.
Okay, but you compared back from 2015. That's all.
Because in your video, you compared it to a Crimson Invasion booster box. That's the only reason I did that.
Yeah,
that was the only reason. So you're asking why I compared it to 2015, and I'm telling you, because that's when you compared it.
No, I didn't.
You compared it to the same price gains of a Crimson Invasion booster box.
If you would have got into past 2016, yeah.
Yeah. Alex, if you were to got into any of those cards raw within 5-year timeline, you would have graded them. You would have did great.
But the majority of everyone watching our channels probably weren't in back then. That's the point. Like, we're doing a disservice to people of acting like you could still do that today. You can't.
You can't. There is definitely a lot of plays in Modern right now that if you picked up cards raw, even in 2022 at raw prices and graded them, dude, how many channels have been talking about that Moon Umbreon? That is a super short-term play, has a very finite window of when that's going to work. But if somebody did that, they would have outperformed every single booster box of 2022.
Okay.
Stamp promos from Japan, the Pikachu and the Cramorant. If people went out and bought 5 of those boxes, those cards grade very easy. They could have graded both those cards at even $150 and cleaned up.
We're arguing different points. I agree with what you're saying. I'm talking about the investment value of a slab over a sealed product, not going out and doing the work of finding raw cards, grading them.
But that's where the investment comes, Alex.
No,
the investment comes by doing the work, just like you go out and you study booster boxes, you go out and grade.
That rises over time passively. It's not doing work. An investment rises over time passively. It's not doing work. You buy it, you hold it, it grows in value.
So really quick.
That's not always true, Alex. If you want to talk about it like traditional investments, there is a ton of investment funds that are actively managed, meaning like companies are moving in and out of that fund. I'm sure a lot of like people
they're buying and selling. They're not changing the fund. They're not like buying a card raw and then grading it. That's putting in work. That's not like buying and selling investments. That's a completely different thing. Now, if you bought a raw card and sold the raw card, that'd be a moving in and out. But to buy it and then change the actual thing into a graded card, do the work, go through the process, that's work. That's not,
Alex, that's the same way as picking up a sealed product with a full case of 6 booster boxes, then selling those booster boxes individually. You took one product and now started selling it individually. It's the same thing.
Fine, you can sell as a case. I mean, it's the same thing.
You could sell a case just like you could sell that card raw, or sometimes you put a little bit of work into it. You break open that case and you sell the booster boxes individually, the same way as you take that raw card and you grade it.
Well, like I said, I'm not in disagreement with you. Like, I think that's common ground. I've always agreed that the best way to make money in Pokemon is to buy raw and grade. I agree. I used to do it. I mean,
but again, so you said that I was the biggest gatekeeper in this hobby
because of that PSA 9, PSA 10 statement.
Alex,
tell someone they can't invest if they're not buying 10s.
I honestly believe you've watched a lot of my videos, or at least you've watched enough that I know you must know that I don't tell people to go out and buy, PSA 10s and stuff. You got to know that. Dude, how many times have I said that there are certain cards in the market that are overinflated? A lot of these e-reader sets, Alex, were very undervalued for a window of time. There is a lot of those cards right now that, because the market has changed, are no longer undervalued. Some of them are overvalued. The market constantly changes. And that's where me and you, we need to help navigate people to understand them as the market is changing, because this market is extremely fluid. It is very liquid. So as the market changes, people need to change. So maybe I could pick up a Skyridge PSA 10 2 years ago that was extremely undervalued in my opinion, and now it might be overvalued. But that's why I don't ever say like individual cards like that.
But you do.
I don't. You can't name one.
No, yes. So here's what my point I was going to make is, when you inadvertently in a video talk about cards that you're bidding on in an auction, that inherently tells your audience, oh, this is what this guy who knows what he's talking about, who has a Pokemon channel, who's been investing for years, is doing. Maybe I should do the same. And if you're not telling them to do it, you're not pushing those products, but inadvertently you're pushing that information onto them. Those are the problems I had.
Alex, my lives go on for hours. There's literally hundreds of hours worth of content on my channel. Watching me speak for long enough, eventually people will understand what my thought process and what my feeling is. I can only hide the sets and cards that I'm invested in for so long. You could only talk about Pokemon on a 3-hour live for so long before eventually some stuff starts to slip. And this is a crazy thing is I do talk about Skyridge. Alex, I swear to you, I swear on my mother and I swear on my child,
You don't gotta
Skyridge
do
is
that.
not the only set that I buy cards of. Okay. I buy a lot of different
I
cards
got you.
from a lot of different sets, man. I promise you, but I don't talk about every single one of them. And some of them I won't talk about because I don't want to like create competition and stuff. So I agree with you. I do believe that some of the words I could say, people might go after that. But when I'm talking on my channel, the very small amount of people we have watching, the small amount of viewers we have, these people are people that are in the niches of this hobby, Alex. I promise you. People on a work night at 10:30 Eastern time watching this live, they're not the common investor.
Hey, Retro, you wanna jump in and say anything, man? I know you've been sitting there patiently.
I mean, I think this is good. I think it's healthy. I'm just showing some cards. So I can kind of see the point. I don't think everybody can flip, and I do think that it takes more work to flip. Like for instance, all those EXs and stuff. I picked up complete sets of EX Ruby and Sapphire, EX Sandstorm, and EX Dragon. Complete sets, all the uncommons, commons, rares, hollows, EXs, all in like 9-10 condition for like 260, 300. So for me personally, because like I'm pretty risk averse, like I feel confident doing that. I can grade the big EXs out. I can make a good multiplier there. When PSA drops down to 25, I'm full sending everything else. But not everybody can do that, right? Like it does take, I'm not trying to gas myself up or whatever, but like it takes work. You know what I mean? It takes work to find, and it's also like risk to buy, to buy like raw cards or whatever to try to flip or whatever. Like your multiplier is going to be better. And that is the best way, in my opinion, to make money is to buy raw, grade, flip. But not everybody can do that. So I'm not saying I agree with it, but I can understand the thinking behind the passive approach of potentially just like buying what you feel like is a really good modern set, like close to distributor prices, and then sitting on it.
And this is Retro. This is the thing. I also do that. I buy a lot of modern product and sit on it. And Alex knows because I've showed it off on my channel. Like in the reaction video, Alex, why you? I mean, go ahead.
I think.
I mean, you
I,
showed
I would like
you-
to hear Alex.
really,
Alex, go ahead. Tell me.
really
Come
quick.
on.
I think that you guys both have maybe had your feelings hurt, or maybe like misunderstood the other, or thought that the other had like potential like malicious intent. But at the end of the day, like I think both of you are pretty close as far as like your overall views. So I would hope that at some point this can get to a common ground, or just where everybody decides like we agree on some things, we disagree on other things. But calling people names and stuff like that, that can definitely cause people to feel a certain type of way. But I'm just here, like, I think this conversation needs to be had, and I think like a lot of the community wants to see it. So don't worry about me. I'm just gonna keep on going through my grading.
But Alex, whatever you have to say to me now, I feel like you should say it, because you've said it yourself on your channel that you are only making it a lot. Some of it, well, not only, but some of it you are making it is because like this beef gets views. But I don't like this beef.
No, I said it doesn't. I said people have been saying that's why I'm making it, but I said if you look at my channel, like I don't even know if they're in the top 10. Like they're definitely not in the top 5 videos I've made. So it's not like it's getting me the most views or the most followers. I actually lose some subscribers when those videos drop, believe it or not. So it's definitely not for that. It's literally because like I said, maybe I got you wrong. I feel like you were like more of an SM brat, like really pushing this vintage thing and really stomping on modern, because there's so much modern hate lately. I just feel like there's an unproportionate amount of a lot of vintage guys hating on modern than modern guys hating on vintage. It's like the modern guys are kind of in their own world, but then the vintage guys really don't like people putting their money into modern, and I don't know what it is. Like Modern's always been stable. It's steadily rose over time. I don't know why there's so much, risk and bearish talks on Modern when there's actually more risk getting into slabs at these prices. That was my only concern.
Alex, I think what you're misunderstanding is, again, you're thinking I'm a vintage guy who's anti-modern. On multiple community posts, I've talked about when Pokemon Center has dropped their ETBs, because I've been picking up Pokemon Center ETBs. I've talked about when I've made videos when GameStop had like pre-releases where you could go into the store and pick up Celebrations product. I talked about multiple different like premium collection boxes, UPCs. I've talked about a lot of modern product on my channel in the past, man, a lot. So it's just so weird why you think I'm like so anti-modern when I would think that I'm actually one of the more pro-modern channels. All I'm saying is that I find it very dangerous to talk about modern as if it has 0% of any sort of like detriment behind it. Alex, we can probably both talk about times where people got really hurt on modern very recently in the last 2 years, right? People who bought Hidden Fates for $250 in an ETB, those guys got destroyed. Shining Fates, ETBs at pre-orders for $120, those people got destroyed. Battle Styles, booster boxes from Pokemon Center, $144. Chill and Rain booster boxes from Pokemon Center, $144. Some of those at like right after release, people forget, but Battle Styles creeped up to like $160. Battle Styles ETBs were selling for like $59. People who bought those products got destroyed.
I mean, I have 2 points to that. One, I mean, obviously, I'd never recommend buying anything that high over retail, that new of an item. But two is, you could have said the same thing about people with Roaring Skies in Primal Clash. They bought in the 180s, got destroyed, but if they would have just held, they would have doubled their money still. Shining Legends, same way. Shining Legends got a reprint. The boxes dropped all the way back down. Now they're $330 in ETB. It's like,
and those are great points. But the problem is when you talk about things like that, it's like, ooh, but while that was happening in this Pokemon market, think about all the opportunity costs people lost who sat on Roaring Skies ETBs and weren't just spending that money in this hobby. Because if you're like, because we both know how long it took Roaring Skies to recover back to that 180. It took years. Now imagine somebody put 180 in Roaring Skies and then they had to sit on that for 3 years and their money did nothing. What was all the opportunity costs in Pokemon during that 3 years timeline? There was a shitload, man.
Yeah, you're going to have bad investments here and there, but it's like, what about our 401ks? I'm sure we all have 401ks. They're all down right now. We didn't sell at the top and then we're going to buy back at the bottom. We go with the waves. And so it's
and you're right, but
I take the good with the bad. You can't just say, just because it was bad, you could have put your money somewhere else. Like, well, what about the good ones? You could have put your money somewhere else and it would have been worse. So it's all an average.
See, 401ks is a very tough conversation because a lot of 401ks have company matches. So it's automatic 100% return on your money before that money even goes into the different brokerage accounts and different, it's assuming people are at least reaching whatever their company match is. Assuming you get a 401k through work, there's probably some sort of match up to a certain percentage. So assuming it's dollar for dollar, it's 100%, or a dollar for every 50 cents, that's 50% instant returns. So that conversation is a little different than the Pokemon conversation. And the same thing about a 401k is probably at our age group. Our 401ks are diversified, so they're high risk. And just like when you sat down with your HR person and your accounting person, you made your 401k, you picked high risk investments, medium risk, or low risk. Low risk being somebody who just did like bonds and stuff that have guaranteed, 2% returns because they're like a year or two away from retirement. So they're like, I don't want huge swings. I'm going to do all guaranteed treasury bonds, which you make no money, obviously, for us, but somebody a year away from retirement. So even that, those funds are diversified for risk tolerance. It's the same thing with Pokemon, man.
Well, that's my point. Like if you diversified, you would have been in some of those slabs or some of those boxes that went to the moon, like Evolutions or like a base set Charizard. But then at the same time, if you were in, those boxes that didn't, I mean, they didn't perform as well. But over an average, if you were investing, you were still done well. Like you can't hit every single item and get everything right. Like that's just investing.
And the thing is when you talked about Roaring Skies booster boxes, trust me, I was one of those people. I didn't buy it at 180. I picked up my Roaring Skies booster box at 100, but I also watched it go up to 100 and I watched it come back down, and my $100 stagnated for a long time, man. But this is the thing. I'm pro modern. So at the time, modern or Roaring Skies was still a modern product. So I was still into it for this time, but that's why I just disliked it when you said I was so anti-modern, when that's not really the case.
Okay, well, we can put that aside then. I mean, I still stand by I mean, we can pull up the video later. I mean, I really do believe that you did say that PSA 9s were not considered investable. They're not an investment. PSA 10. You didn't just say they're compared to a booster box to that. You did say that word.
No, I said, Alex, I said, when you're comparing PSA, you got to compare PSA 10 prices if you're going to compare sealed booster box prices.
So you can invest in PSA 9 then, that's what you're saying.
What?
So you can invest in a PSA 9 then.
Depending on the card, depending on the set, that is such, you know that is a very open-ended question, right? Alex, we can have a 30-hour long live talking about 9s that are investable opposed to 9s that are not investable.
My only point is that it just seemed as if you're pushing, like, every card you showed was 1,000 plus, that was thousands of dollars. And it's like, that seems gatekeeping to me. Like, if someone doesn't have thousands of dollars spent on Pokemon, they shouldn't be investing. That's crazy. Like, my channel's based off anyone can do this.
Alex, I never would say anybody who can't buy only PSA 10 price or price card slabs shouldn't be invested in Pokemon. I would never say that, ever. Dude, I think people can invest in Pokemon with all certain different types. And I've said this on my channel so many times. If you miss the boat, sometimes it happens. It's okay. Just keep moving along, man. If you can't go back and pick up, you know, I know Retro's been throwing up some Sandstorm and EX Dragon cards. If you can't go back and get an EX Dragons booster box, if you can't afford it, guess what? You probably missed your opportunity, but it doesn't mean there's not a ton of different products out there, including modern products that are super investable. And if I did say that only PSA or that no PSA 9s are investable, then I'll tell you right now, before you even have to worry, that I misspoke. Because there are a lot of PSA 9s that are investable, in my opinion, but it just is extremely dependent on the card, the set, how many of those exist, what's the chances of them, you know, being graded, all this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's just my biggest like gripe about any like one pushing these like old cards. It's like, you know, we came up, I mean, I'm sure you came up around the same time I did back in the Pokemon, maybe sooner, I'm not sure, but like 2015, 2016 prices, like me and Retro were talking about beforehand, where you could buy any first edition WotC box basically for under $1,000 something dollars or $2,000. And it's like, those days are gone. And so to push, like, tell people like, well, this is what I was buying, these are what I have. Like, yeah, it shows this perception that like these $15,000 boxes, these $3,000 cards, like, I don't want to push that, because most people, a regular average person, cannot afford that.
But that's the thing, Alex, when you talk about those first edition booster boxes, some of them, you know, there was 5 years ago, there was a couple that weren't under 1,500, but assuming that some of them were, the reason why those booster boxes were so low in value was because the value in those booster boxes was much lower than it is today. There were some sets that actually, for a very small window of time, had positive like EVs, assuming you crack those. Jungle Unlimited being a very famous one. Like, there was like a super small finite window of time where booster box prices were actually undervalued to the singles and stuff like that. But as prices move, booster boxes prices also move. Now, they're not a one-to-one, right? Like, booster box prices, very often than not, the sealed value of that far outweighs, you know, like the cards inside of it, very often. But sometimes there is a very true apparent run up where prices of cards also will start to make the booster box price increase. And I could think of 2 booster boxes off the top of my head, like EX Team Rocket Returns. That booster box is one, extremely rare, extremely scarce. But one of the reasons we saw such a tick up in the price of that booster box was because the EV, the cards inside that booster boxes, also exploded. And again, you're talking the most ultimate lotto game ever, especially when you start really diving down the rabbit hole and you talk about gold stars and you talk about the Treckle or the Mudkip or obviously the Torteric, which is a huge dollar amount card right now, arguably one of the most expensive gold stars besides like the Rayquaza and some stuff like that. You can look at things like that, but that's the thing, Alex. In order to have this conversation, you have to talk about every single product. You can't just do this very large blanket statement. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, I can, because if I say 95% of the PSA set slabs did not go up from 2017 until now as good as modern product did. It's just facts. Like the 5% did, but the other 95% didn't.
And I'm gonna say the reason why it hasn't done that is because you're comparing it to slabs. You're not comparing it to the value that so many people made by taking that card raw, grading it themselves, then selling it. Yes, when you compare a PSA 9 to another PSA 9, the prices might not have gone up drastically, but when you go, what did that raw card do? Let's look at the raw price for that in near mint at that time, and then look at what it translated into 2020 for the graded price. It's like,
so what do you say to everyone who bought that slab from that guy who graded it?
What was that?
What do you say to everyone who bought those slabs from the guys who graded them?
Well, that's the thing. That's why I have channels like mine. That's why we always talk about risk. There's so much risk that comes with stuff like that. That's why we're always talking to people almost directly when we talk into the camera, because we're talking to them directly like, guys, listen. And especially cards that might have a lot of them sitting in people's collections that haven't been graded yet. When we say, be cautious, understand that there can be a lot of these cards out there and prices can really explode. That's why one thing I talk about so often is condition rarity. And you can talk to a lot of people when even the most printed set to oblivion, unlimited base set, how much has the pop on PSA 10 hollows from unlimited base set gone up? Extremely low in comparison to the amount of cards in that set graded. And
I agree, but like I said in the, I mean, I'm not a huge believer in pop reports. I mean, I'm a believer when there's the cards that are like under 50 pop, that they're so rare, but when they get up in the hundreds, it's like, yeah, I mean, they're low, but it has to be enough. It has to be enough demand. There has to be enough people that want to pay that price for them to keep rising. It's just the pop reports aren't always indicative of how that car is going to perform in the future. Just because something is low pop or scarce doesn't mean it's going to move.
No, but that's that's the thing, Alex, is pop reports are not the end all be all. That is just one piece of this giant hobby that everyone has to start to understand. Everyone needs to understand sealed modern. Everybody needs to understand sealed vintage, raw modern, raw vintage. And one of the things that people will need to start learning is pop reports. Pop reports for different sets, whether it's English, Japanese, whether it's, early WotC stuff, mid-era Nintendo stuff, black and white, XY. How hard is a black and white, hollow to get a PSA 10? Why do these things hold premium? Oh, well, because the print quality is absolute shit.
But it goes back to like the whole, like when I was showing modern, like, modern cards, like a, Hidden Face Charizard, Burning Shadow Charizard. It's like, if 3 million people still want that card, even if there's 10,000 tens, it doesn't matter, because maybe only 1,000 people want that card that's 100 copies. It's like, it's still a positive gear demand to supply ratio. And so
that's the thing,
even though it's more scarce, more rare, harder to pull, all that, it still doesn't mean the value can rise like modern cards can.
Well, that's the thing. When you look at a Burning Shadows Charizard, why is that card so famous? Because that card was so hard to pull.
And it's still steady.
That card was extremely, extremely hard to pull. Anybody out there, Burning Shadows Charizard?
Oh yeah, I'm saying Hidden Fates is still doing extremely well, though. It's holding up very well in value.
Because Hidden Fates is one of the strongest sets in the history of Pokemon. And I would say that if you typed in Hidden Fates, you would probably be able to pull up like 1,000 YouTube videos of people talking about Hidden Fates. Yeah, you're talking about cards that I agree with you. But this is the thing, Alex. I think you think I disagree with you. Burning Shadows Charizard, extremely hard to pull. Hidden Fates Charizard, I've mentioned it in videos in the past. What are like two of the most graded Charizards cards currently? You have the two Charizards in Champion's Path. Right now,
Oh, base set. Sorry.
both of those cards, I think they're overvalued, Alex. But I think there will come a time in the very near future that it is possible that there will be entry points in cards like that. And that is a card with 20,000+ of each graded. And I still think there will be entry points and stuff like that. We're just not there yet. Every card has points, has entry points, every card. But it's a matter of not buying in at that first ever Champions Path graded Charizard. It's a matter of saying, you know what? Maybe I'll sit back. Maybe I'll wait. Let these cards be graded because we know a lot of them are still being graded. And then when that, Champions Path flushes itself out, which will happen eventually. We're not there yet, but eventually Champions Path will flush itself out the same way as every other set has flushed itself out. And eventually, even that card, the most graded Charizard in the history of this hobby, eventually those Champions Path Charizards will have buying points for me where I'll feel comfortable getting into them.
I think those cards are infinite bags, to be honest. I mean, as a collector, for sure, they'll probably be a good entry point, but I don't think that card's ever going to see price appreciation.
You're right. You're
from
right.
its bottom.
Right now, yes, the word bag gets thrown out around a lot. Alex mentioned that. Some of those cards right now are bags. But this is the thing. If I thought that I'd be arguing in pro Champions Path Charizard when I woke up this morning, I would have told everybody they're crazy. But this is the thing. There are entry points in everything. And that's why I am not anti-modern. I'm actually pro-modern. It's just all about good entry points. And I'm just warning people that I personally don't believe that modern will just do what other sets have done. I think modern is going to perform more similar to what we saw things do pre-2020.
Okay, so I mean, I'm glad we're getting all this out. I mean, I've already squashed any beef I have with Pokenomics, Jake. We're cool. I understand where he comes from, but so let me get your opinion then on the channels that are openly against modern. Like Mason Cardinal Gaming made a video openly against modern. SM Pratt made a video openly against investing in modern. So what do you say to people like that then?
Did you watch the Mason video?
Wait. Yeah, real quick. I will say what got me thinking about the RCSV boxes was at the end, he was like, if you want to buy a modern product to spec on, check out this. He's like, it's $25. You get 4 booster packs. You get the promo. One of the booster packs is Cosmic Eclipse. So, but you have to remember where Mason's coming from too, right? Mason doesn't invest in anything long term. He's a business. He's got to keep it moving or else he's going to take a bath. So
well,
I think
fine. Then why not say that though? Why make it sound like no one can invest in it then?
But I don't think so. This is the thing. I think you're taking Mason's words a little bit out of context because Mason is a very pro-modern guy because he really sees the enjoyment that people get out of modern. I've heard him, I've had him on my channel. Mason says when people come into his shop and they look at the, big counters with all the cards in it, the little kids are not worried about the vintage stuff. They're very excited about the shining stuff. Mason's not a fool. He knows that modern has an investability aspect to it. The only thing is what?
Then why make the video?
He's just doing the overall point of maybe modern won't just have these explosive gains in the future.
He didn't say that though. He said it's not investable. He said unless it's a specialty set like Celebrations, it's not investable. Where Evolving Skies would be an ETB as a regular release product, mass produced, mass printed. I mean, I'm already up 30, 40% on those. So it's I'm up 30, 40, 50% on a lot of modern products just this year, 3 months. So for him to say that it's not true.
And you're 100% correct when you say that. But what I think Mason's was getting at was the larger macro picture that every single modern thing is not going to be investable.
I get that.
And the example he gave is how many Battle Styles ETBs is Mason sitting on? He said he's sitting on 350 of them. So that would be 35 boxes of ETBs, of Battle Styles ETBs that he can't sell. Not every modern product.
Like I said, I'm not trying to attack Mason here. Let's move on to Scott. I mean, Scott said the same along the lines of the same thing. I mean, you're saying because Jake said the same thing and he kind of admitted that I kind of had a point that it's not these boogeyman I'm trying to chase. It's people are literally coming out word for word saying modern product is not investable. So I'm not making it up. It's out there.
But an example would be Scott. Scott constantly talks about very good promos, very good products. Scott is very in tune with the modern market. Scott is a very good understanding of cards that have the potential to do really well. A great example of modern, maybe it's not, it's a modern sealed product, I guess technically would be like the Scream promos. Scott Pratt told everybody to buy those things. Those Scream promos came in a little sealed baggie. Those things did fantastic. Scott is very good at identifying things that are undervalued. And he was one of the people that talked about the UPCs again as being a very good product. I don't honestly, to be truthful with you, Alex, I never found one person who was like UPCs is a bad buy, and I can't name you one. So I think that's like the only time I've ever seen this entire community be in like agreement that.
But there were, okay, I mean, I'm not sure if you were one of them. And correct me if I'm wrong. There was many people that said Battle Styles, Chilling Reign, Fusion Strike are not going to move for years. They're already up. You're already up 20% on your money.
See, yours is such an open-ended. I wasn't that person because I made the video that I told you.
Yeah, you might not be, but there was multiple voices out there saying these products are going to sit at these prices for years. They're already up to almost $100 already in months. Imagine what it's going to be like by the end of the year or 2 years.
So I can't name you one person that said that. Off the top of my head, I watch probably a lot of the same channels, but when those things started dropping below distributor pricing, you got to keep in mind a lot of people's distributor pricing $86.50. I saw a lot of people really dry up with the whole thought that those things were going to trend under $80 for a long time. In fact, I was on Mason's channel or he was on mine, and he was like, if I had $50,000, I'm considering buying $50,000 worth of Chillin' Reign booster boxes. He said those exact words.
But why aren't people saying that on lives and like?
He did say that on a live. It's on one of his lives. He was talking. He said, if I had 50,000, he asked me the question. I was like, and I said on the live as the answer, I was like, that might be a really good buy, Mason. I said, the only problem is I don't want to tie up $50,000 worth of Chillin' Reign products because I got nowhere to put that, like, how many pallets of, what is a pallet? 600 booster boxes. That's like $30,000. You got like 2 pallets pretty much. You got a store worth of booster boxes. That's a lot. Like most people don't have that room. I would take the 50,000 and put in something a little more condensed personally.
Look, I think just the place I've always come from since I started this channel is just trying to be a voice for the average person who can't afford, who wasn't in, back before the boom, who doesn't have thousands of dollars, who still wants to be involved and wants to know where the best places are to put small amounts of money. And so when they ask me that, when people want that type of advice, like that's why I go to these, modern type products like the ZTBs, these UPCs, these booster boxes, because I truly see the most growth in those compared to slabs that you can buy at that same cost. So that's basically where I'm always coming from. And so when I hear videos, putting down modern, saying it's not investable, don't buy these products, and I've done it for 7 years, I've consistently seen gains every year, I still see it this year, I know it's wrong, like for a fact, like in first person, I've done it. And so it's like, I have to come out and give that counter argument because I know it's wrong, what I'm saying?
But Alex, your argument is you're trying to help the lower investor. There's a lot of booster boxes that are actually pretty expensive right now. Once you move out of Sword and Shield, there are a lot. It's actually a lot harder to find a booster box sub $200 when you move out of Sword and Shield than it is to find one above it. So
and that's my point.
But you're saying you're helping out like the smaller investor, the guy without a lot of money.
I always preach at or under retail.
Okay, and that's great because now you're talking things that are, let's call it $100 for a booster box. Sure, some of it's 80, but $100. When I preach to people and I talk to them, I say there's a lot of undervalued cards around that $100 mark too. We're talking the same prices. I don't tell people to go out and buy $400,000 first edition Charizards might have $100,000 swing on sale to sale. I don't tell people to do that. I say, take $100, which is the same exact price. So we're talking to the same.
What about the $2,000 and $3,000 slabs?
What about them?
Well, I mean, I'd much rather have modern cases at or under retail than one of those slabs right now.
It depends what slab are you referring to. There's probably a lot of
slabs. Any of those Skyridge Hollows you showed, like those have been stagnant, if not going down, where modern products going up.
Yeah, but that's the thing, Alex. You're comparing that slab to the price of buying it as a 10, man. I'm telling
Right
you
now,
that
someone
I tell
investing right
people to
now,
buy
it's
it
the
raw and
person
grade
right
it
now.
themselves.
I'm working with the here and now.
Okay, man, but there's still a lot of raw opportunities that are still extremely enticing, like entry points for a lot of people raw, especially when you start talking $100 for a raw card. When you say $100 for a raw card, your pool of cards opens up drastically. You keep talking $1,000 to $2,000 for graded cards. The pool of cards that are worth over 1,000 to 2,000, when you look at this hobby macro, all the product, it shrinks drastically, man. It's the same way. Do you ever talk about flash fire booster boxes?
Wait, real quick. I will say this. Probably not right now because my channel's smaller. When I get bigger though, I would love to do a segment called Put Your Money Where Your Mouth Is, where I bring on like 4 or 5 people in the Pokemon finance space. You get a 90 to 120 day time horizon. Everybody has $500 to work with. You have to show exactly what you're buying. You have to screenshot it. You have to show what you bought it for. You get a 90 to 120 days. Okay. And if you make a sale, if you grade a card, whatever, like you have to show proof basically. Like you can't have a card graded already that you were going to sell. And then at the end of the 120 days, we'll do another stream. We'll come on, we'll share the results, and we'll see who won. I think a little friendly competition is good because I think at the end of the day, like a lot of people on the modern and on the vintage side like to think like, oh, my way is best. But
Yep.
I am in the
Retro-
middle to where like if there's ever money to be made, I'm there. So
Retro, you can't do that though, because you're talking about like 90-day timelines. Some of those plays that people might want to make with $500, some of those plays can be to have the card graded. So if you give them a 90-day timeline, people might be like, shit, now I got to pay $100 to have this card graded when I was going to wait for.
Let's just
Wait,
stop.
wait,
thinking
really,
right
really quick,
now.
really,
We'll
really
just
quick.
say whoever's grading wins.
Really
like, now let's
quick.
take an investment.
really quick. PSA right now is $50, and in my last few subs have been a 35-day turn. So 90 days is more than enough time to get cards back. I guess the point I'm trying to
But
make
you're
is
limiting the
that
pool by having to find cards that are worth it to send the $50. Dude, there's
If
a lot
you-
of cards that aren't worth it to send at $50, man.
right, but if you're not, that's kind of the point though, is like if you're not finding cards that are worth sending, you're buying the wrong cards, in my opinion. Like for instance, a play I'm specking on right now is Game Boy Dragonite. I bought like 30 of these sealed for anywhere from like $40 to $60. They're sealed. Even if I hit 9s, I'm still turning them around for 150 to 175.
Well, Retro,
And
speak on
if
that.
I hit 10s, I'm selling them for like 350 to 400, right? So like my thing would be like if it's all about making money, and I'm not saying like either of you are just like all about making money or anything like that, but I'm saying like if we're teaching people how to make money, it's like, you know, like send better cards, then buy better cards. Like waiting for like an eventuality of like, oh, if PSA gets to 25 or 10 or whatever. It's like, well, I don't know. I just think it would be an interesting segment, but you guys can.
Well, I want to speak on that because it's like I said though, like, I mean, Retro, how much time and effort are you putting into scrolling through whatever it might be, Buy E or eBay or all these auction houses, whatever, trying to find all these deals when it's not comparable to modern seal because I just wait till the product comes, I wait till a certain time and I just buy it off eBay. There's no work involved. So it's not the same as like doing all this work and finding the cards and trying to pre-grade them with the pictures online, look up close, get them in, pre-grade them again, get them in, send them in to grade. It's so much more than just I'm buying a product, sitting on a shelf and it grows in value. It's different.
But Alex, the amount of product you're talking and what you've already said on your channel, things you've bought, you've mentioned it now. You talked about multiple cases of ETBs.
I'm an open book, yeah.
You said 20 UPC, stuff like that. Alex, you know you have to put that somewhere. And if you don't have the space for it, most people only have 3 to 4 bedroom houses, man. That stuff will take up an entire bedroom if you start buying enough modern product.
I guess I live in a state where we have basements. I guess if you don't live in a state with basements, you might have a state.
Oh, I have a basement, man, but you got to keep in, but maybe you don't have a furnished basement. We're not going to get into that, but
it's
eventually
finished, but yeah,
when you buy enough sealed modern product, look at my friend Ryan. Go look at his basement, man. It is full wall to wall. Eventually, even if you're living in the basement, you're going to start to run out of room.
I had some apple juice right now.
Well,
modern product takes up a lot of room. You have to at least factor that in.
Well, on average, no one's going to be cool trainer Ryan. When you're talking about millions of product, it
No,
looks
but
like
even
that.
talking about
You're
what
talking
you
about
have,
regular
man,
people.
with your 10 ETB cases, I know how big those are. They take up room.
I mean, I would say you could fit $25,000-$40,000 of product on one like Home Depot buildable shelf. I mean, you could take up one wall in a basement with like 5 of those shelves and have 200-300 grand of product on them. Like that's more than most people are ever going to have in sealed product. I mean, on regular people.
I would challenge that. If you're buying cases of ETBs for $350 a piece, it's going to take a lot of those $350 cases to make $40,000, man. If people are like, oh yeah, we're going to just listen to Alex and buy cases of ETBs.
I thought you said UPCs. I'm sorry.
So $40,000 at
UPCs.
350, that would be 114 boxes of 10 ETBs. Dude, that takes up way more than a rack. What?
I thought you said UPCs.
Oh, I saying ETBs or
okay.
even UPCs. What's 30? You said
They
40,000
take up like 3/4 of one shelf for all 20 of mine.
$40,000 worth of ETBs. So 40,000, let's just call them $400 a piece, which they're not that much.
No, they're not.
But if you did 400, that would be 100 UPCs on that shelf. You're not fitting 100 UPCs.
Yeah, you are. I got 20 that don't even take up one shelf. They're they're 5-tier shelves.
Well, that's it. You got that one product now. What are you going to do with everything else? The fact that you don't think modern product takes up room is kind of crazy.
What percentage of people have hundreds of thousands of sealed product is my point. There's not all cool trainers Ryans out there. Like that's going to be enough room for the majority of people investing in sealed product.
No, they don't. But now I got to challenge you. How many people are sitting on probably like sealed V boxes they think are good investments? Those things aren't fun to store. Like sure, if you're just sitting on strictly booster boxes and nothing else, you could probably fit a lot of money worth of booster boxes. But I think for the majority of collectors, they're investing when it comes to modern. They're probably picking up a lot of different products, and products take up room eventually. And especially things that are very awkward to store, they stink, man.
Yeah, I mean, I guess everyone's situation is different, and that's why me and Retro talked about it that it can make sense if your capital gets to a certain level, it can make sense to move into high end cards or high end slabs and be willing to take less gains to have easier transportation. So it makes sense to have maybe a card that's worth 50 grand that may see less gains, but a lot easier to store, a lot easier to sell. You don't have to ship and all this steel product and everything. So I get that at some point, but like I said, I mean, my channel is not going to be for everyone, and so I think the majority of people that are out there trying to get into Pokemon now, investing in modern, they don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars in Pokemon.
It's crazy though. You keep saying hundreds and thousands of dollars. Like you're talking about like vintage plays as if they're only in the thousands. They're not. You can pick up a lot of raw vintage cards for less than $20, man. Wait for grading to potentially get down to like $20, $30, and there's a lot of plays to be made there.
Okay.
I mean, that's my opinion though.
I'm just going back to when I sold like everything I owned basically back in 2020. Like,
but you said you did good. You said you made 6 figures.
And it was like almost $500,000 in product.
Okay, but you've also, so what was in that 500,000?
Oh, well, I mean, vintage booster boxes.
If you were only doing sealed product, I'd be very interested in what the boxes were, because you would have had to go there with a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it wasn't only steel product, but I mean, obviously I had a lot of vintage boxes, base, First Ed Jungle, Fossil, Team Rocket, Gym Challenge, Gym Heroes.
So so those are $10,000 booster boxes, man. But if you had $500,000 worth of product, you tell me you had 500 First Ed boxes?
No, I'm saying like that's what made up a lot of the value. But no, I had 10 cases of Evolutions, I had 6 cases of Burning Shadows, I had 8 ETB cases of Shining Legends, like I had a lot of.
Yeah, but that's not even coming close to 500K though, Alex. So you must have had the big hitter products.
I had a lot of vintage slabs. Hey, I haven't always been a sealed guy. I talked about it back then. I had a lot of vintage slabs. I used to open first edition Fossil, first edition Jungle boxes, sell the light packs, grade all the hollows, keep the 10s for myself, sell the 9s, 8s to recoup my money. I built a huge collection doing that. I'm not saying it was all sealed. I'm just saying I had a pretty large collection, and the storage was never an issue.
But it's interesting because I didn't know as much of that sale was slabs, but so what percentage was modern? Because 500K, we're just, for what I know modern product was worth at the time. And even for vintage booster boxes, we are pretty far away for how much you would have had to have had and what products.
Yeah, how much was modern? I mean, not a ton, maybe 10, 15% of the total.
So 10, 15% is like 50K.
Yeah.
So you're telling me you had 450K between slabs and
I
sealed
didn't quite
product?
have 500 grand worth. I had about 400 or so.
So 400K there. So what was there had to have been a big ticket item in there, right?
No, I mean, I had, like I said,
I
this
don't
is
want to
during
get too
I
personal,
sold,
but
I sold into the boom. So I sold when like my base set booster box was 25 grand. The first ed jungle, first ed fossil, Team Rocket Gym Challenge, they were all like 15, 20, over 20 grand. So like I had a bunch of that. A lot of my PSA slabs that I had in first ed jungle, fossil, base, like all the slabs were,
So-
you know, over $1,000. So it really added up quick.
so you sold jungle first edition boxes for 20K.
Yes. I actually sold I actually sold a huge, I talked about it in a video. I worked a huge deal with Troll and Toad where I actually went down to their warehouse in Kentucky and I sold a whole lot of my vintage boxes to them.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't be selling. Troll and Told was not buying jungle first ed boxes for 20K.
They
though.
were.
No,
They were
weren't.
because when I sold my base set, they had base set listed for over 30,000. And when I
No,
sold
no.
my base
What
set,
they had listed for versus what the buy price. The buy price wasn't 20K. There
dude,
wasn't
I
a lot of
literally
30.
worked, I
There
mean,
wasn't a lot of 30. Then Troll and Toad lost a lot of money on that because there wasn't an. I know one person who bought the 30K booster box, and I know there wasn't a lot of sales at that price. So that means Troll and Toad lost thousands of dollars on that, and I doubt that.
I mean, I have the wire transfer to prove it. I mean, I don't know what
Well,
you want me to do.
I'm not. Alex, I'm not saying. I'm not challenging you on whether or not it's true. I'm just asking you what products it could be because the dollar amounts are. It's just a little bit off of like where the prices should be. So I'm asking you because I think maybe it's a little more graded than you're leading on.
Yeah, I mean, I had a lot. I admitted I have a lot of I had a lot of graded slabs, but the fact of the matter is, I mean, I had a lot of sealed as well, and it never became a storage issue. I mean, I at least had, I mean, 150, 200 grand in sealed, and it was never a storage issue. And so I don't know how many people are getting to that level of sealed product, but I mean, I guess if you get past that, it could be a storage issue.
And I think you might be taking my words and running in with it a little bit too much where I'm saying like storage can become an issue. What I'm saying is sometimes it is much easier to store a single slab that maybe costs $350 opposed to an entire sealed case of ETBs for $350.
Wait,
So what I'm saying is eventually, and I think that's the thing about this hobby is everybody wants to get to that point where their collection's continuing to grow and not getting smaller, right? And as it continues to grow, continues to get bigger, people are going to want to start to condense it a little bit. Sealed product takes up a lot of room. And I just think that is one negative to it. I'm not saying it's the end all be all of sealed product. I'm just saying it's something to at least consider.
I agree. Like I said, before you got on, we were talking and I said that, you know, at a certain level of capital, it does start to make sense to accept, you know, possibly lower level of gains to get into higher end items or higher end cards to store the value instead of trying to have mountains of sealed product, even though they could go up higher in percentage gains. I get there is always that trade-off where you get to a certain level. You don't want to have to do all kinds of work. You want to be able to move one card instead of sell, you know, 30 boxes. I get that. But I mean, like I said, it's just my channel's not going to be for everyone. When you start getting up to those levels, yeah, maybe they need to go listen to someone else when someone has 50, 100 grand, 200 grand to spend on Pokemon. I just think a lot of people in the hobby right now
keep saying that. You did it again. You keep saying people that only talk about spending 100 grand or 200,000.
No. I said once they get to that level, they might need to listen to other people besides me because it might get to that point where it's too much.
There's not a single channel out there that I know of where people are only saying spend $100,000 or $200,000.
No. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that like when you start reaching those high level of capitals, it might come time where, yeah, the strategy I'm talking about may no longer become worth it for you because it's too much work and it's to get that much value into a sealed product. It's too much. I get that.
Even that thought process, assuming people can get to that sort of dollar amount where they could start moving around 100 to 200,000, there's still a lot of sealed product plays that are definitely still in line at 100 and 200,000 if you have that kind of money. There's a lot of products out there, but then it brings up the question of like, is some of this stuff overvalued? When you get to real high-end sealed vintage, how risky is that? What?
Yeah, that's the same level of risk of getting a slab if you're buying boxes
Yeah,
at that
but
value.
it's still sealed product. But that's what I just said. Like, I think you're thinking where I'm talking about it as not being risky, but it is very risky. And
No,
I'm just, but that's
anything
one
you're
thing I
getting
try
in
to
that
do,
high of
Alex, is I
value is risky.
constantly talk about risk. Like, at least as long as people understand the risk, that's what's most important.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Okay, wait, real quick. So can we sum up? There's risk in everything, whether it's modern, vintage, slab, sealed, whatever. There's multiple ways to make money. Modern, sealed, vintage, slabs, whatever. I don't even know what the third point would
Grading,
be.
buying
I'll
raw
put-
and grading the cards is the top way. If you,
Yeah.
if you're
Correct.
willing to put in the
But
work,
the
but
third
that's the
thing,
top way you're
or
gonna make
one,
it.
yeah, one thing is that I just don't want you to think that I'm the biggest gatekeeper in this hobby. Your words, not mine.
It was just that it just rubbed me the wrong way, like showing these thousands of dollars cards and saying this is what you have to invest in for it to be an investment. It's just like,
And it rubbed me
what
the
about the
wrong
guy
way
who
when you
can't afford
compared the
that?
same set with the same website to a Crimson Invasion booster box. It rubbed me the wrong way, which made me make that video.
It's the truth though.
It's only the truth if you didn't grade those cards yourself, or if you were the
Okay.
one that bought it at the
No, but
high.
I've already conceded that point. Like, here, I'm gonna say it right now, loud and clear. Buying raw cards and grading them is the single best way to make money in Pokemon. Now, when we're talking
But you
about
still think
no
I'm the
work, no
biggest
effort,
gatekeeper in this hobby?
listen, no, when we're talking about no work, no effort, you don't have to go through finding the cards, pre-grading them, grading them, do all that work. Just buying something. So either buying a slab or buying a box. I still feel like buying the box is going to be a better, if at or under retail is a better investment than buying a slab.
It's you're just this is where you lose me, Alex, because it's just so blanket statement. Just buying a slab. You have to talk about definitive slabs. The same way when I talk about modern, I'll talk about a certain set, whether it's Evolving
Okay,
Skies or Battle Styles.
95% of WotC's set cards.
95% of WotC set cards.
Have underperformed modern in the past 5 years.
Wait, really quick.
That's
Really quick.
because you're looking at the run-ups for those. Again, you're ignoring all the people that graded those things and made tons of
See,
money.
you're going back to grading again. I'm talking about just investing. You bought the slab and held it.
But this is the thing. All the big channels, including myself, including Jake's, everyone was saying, guys, you probably shouldn't be buying these cards at these prices. These prices are not justifiable. They're not sustainable. So the people who were making, the people that were making those buys, who bought that 95% of cards, they weren't listening to the advice that was out there.
No one was saying that back in 18.
But if you bought a lot of those cards in 18, you would have made money even with price retraces.
Not as much as modern sealed though.
In the same timeline?
Same timeline. Then
No,
until now.
That's not true though.
It is.
When you look at PSA 10 prices, for
Then
all
until
those
now.
PSA 10 prices all went up in that timeline.
Right, no, I'm not saying they
There's not a
haven't.
single e-reader card that's retraced to 2018 prices.
I never said it did, but the retracements those cards have seen are a lot more than the retracements the modern sealed seen. So if you take then till now, not during the boom, but till now, the modern seal has held up better.
What? Give me an example of a card. Every single WotC first edition graded 10 is like 10x in value. They went from $1,000 a card to like 10,000 on the low end for base set first edition hollows. E-reader cards in 10 are all within like 5x multiples of each other. Some of them are way more.
Wait, what was that statement? Any first edition WotC hollow?
In 10s.
Okay, I mean it's wrong 100%.
Okay, wait, really quick. So I'd have to go back and watch the video. I did watch like the little back and forth when you guys were going back and forth. You did the Skyridge video, you did the the gatekeeping thing. I will say this, I agree with the sentiment that if we're talking about investment grade items, the top end, just hold on. The top end of the hobby, and this is with any hobby, not just with Pokemon. And so like PWCC has an index, right? They actually have two indexes. They have one called the PWCC 100, and then they have the PWCC 500. If you go to their website, you can check it out. They put it on a chart and track it against the performance of the S&P. And if you look, the PWCC 100 is the only card index, right? And this is sports, way bigger than Pokemon, way more money. The PWCC 100, so the top 100 cards in all of sports, basketball, football, soccer, hockey, everything. That is the only grouping of cards that outperform the S&P up until 2020.
Well, no, I didn't say. He said 2018, not 2020. That's a huge caveat. Don't say 2020. That's not fair.
Shh, wait.
No, you said 2020.
I know, but I'm just saying that I personally, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or anything like that. I'm saying I personally agree with the idea that the top end, so the PSA 10s of the top end cards are generally, because history shows us, the numbers shows us, those are the things that are safer and those are the things that perform best. Now in 2020, the PWCC 500 outperformed the S&P. And that's, obviously because of what happened. But all I was saying is that I agree with the sentiment that, so I don't necessarily think that that's gatekeeping. I just think that's what the numbers show. Now, on the other side of that, I also think that there's money to be made in modern. And I think that if you're doing well with modern sealed investments and that's going up, then that's great too. I don't think that it has to be one way or the other. I think that if there's money to be made, there's money to be made, but there's nuance to everything. There's times when slabs and vintage eat doo-doo. There's times when modern sealed has just sat there for years and not really appreciated in value. So I think as long as everybody understands the nuance, then we can come together and find some common ground, because I think both of you guys love Pokemon, you love modern, you love vintage, and I think we're just getting into these little semantic points about you said this and I said this, but at the end of the day, it's how do we end this? How do we bring this together? How do we move forward from this? That's all I'm saying. I know I'm nobody. I'm just trying to moderate here.
The only way we have.
Before we do that, let me call it the super chats first, and then TK can talk. Yeah, peak that juice. Okay, can we stop yelling and involve Retro more? All right, we're gonna keep doing that, Retro. We're gonna get him involved more. Alan, my modern sealed making so much gains, I pay for monthly storage, climate controlled. All right. I guess you got a lot, man. Sorry, I didn't account for that. My bad. Cool convo or whatever. How about Slow King H22? I'm sure PK could answer that better than me. So you can talk and answer the Slow King H22 for us.
Yeah, the pop just increased a little bit. That is one of those cards that is, you just need the right buyer out there. I think there's 4 of them right now in PSA 10, right?
But,
yeah, and one of those cards I know is at least is Zach's card, so that's not going anywhere anytime soon. So the other 3 are probably up in the air. But see, that's a card that you just need the right buyer. That's super in the niches though. People going after, that Slow King.
Mm-hmm. But
so you've had some time, Alex. Have you found any from 2018 that have actually lost money, or haven't really?
No, not zero have lost money. I'm just saying that there's a lot that have not performed as well as sealed product during the same time. So XY boxes have, far exceeded what those have now. They may have peaked higher, but now in 2022, after the downturn, XY boxes have held their value a lot better than a lot of these have, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. And I agree. Sealed product. This is where I think the problem is, Alex, is that I think that there's plays in everything, but to just say one thing is better than the other, I don't like that argument. I think it's just a combination of everything, man. I think it's just a combination of.
Well, here's my gripe.
Slabbed,
let me explain
raw.
Let me explain it. You answer it. Here's my gripe: is that the 10s have performed very well, but when we're talking about people who have, say, $100, $200, $300 to spend, and they're saying, should I buy a slab or should I buy a box? The boxes have destroyed the 9 and 8 slabs that you could have bought at those prices when you could have bought a box at the same price. That's my problem. So yeah, if you could afford to pay those crazy prices for 10s, yeah.
But that's the thing, Alex. Then you go into the semantics. Then I need to know but I always have to ask follow-up questions to people. It's well, what card are you referring to? Which graded card are you asking about at that time? And what sealed product were you asking? Was somebody asking me about Crimson Invasion booster box, or was, yeah, or the
Well, you can
RK9
take,
that
you can take
Retro showing right
90%.
now from Mysterious Mountain. That Mysterious Mountain RK9, I bet you if you looked it up, especially being
Yeah, baby.
Japanese, being an e-reader set, Japanese, again, now we're going to talk about it, but if you start going down the rabbit hole and start to try to figure out graded Japanese populations, start doing the speculation of what is actually graded opposed to what is in Japan and all this stuff.
Yes, sir.
But that's the thing, Alex, is so when I answer the question, I have to answer it on an individual card by card basis. I cannot do blanket statements. I just can't.
Okay, I mean, that's fair. I mean, that's
And
why I
like-
like to say, I mean, percentage.
And that RK9 from Mysterious Mountain, like
I
mid
got more Skyridge for you,
Nintendo
baby.
e-reader, like
Wait, no, that's
Japanese
Skyridge.
cards, whether it's even like that card, it's such a intense conversation because you have to talk about like,
All right, here, I'll make it easy. I'll make it easy.
Sure.
Instead, without first
Skyridge.
edition base.
yeah,
Bing bong.
Take first edition base out of it. Every other first gen WotC set in PSA 9 and 8 have retraced to the point where you would have basically like made maybe 200% of your money over the past 5 years.
but that's it. You said 9 or 8. I would never, ever, never one time in my entire life tell anybody they should buy one of those sets in an 8. An
So you
8
can't-
is
so you
the
can't
most
invest in one because you
attainable
can afford
grade.
10.
Anybody out there, if you guys want to grade your own cards, picking up cards near mint, you probably have a very, very, very strong likelihood of hitting an 8. I would never, to the day I die, tell somebody to pick up a bulky card and at an 8.
Okay,
Never.
so that's my point though. If you can, so that basically you can't invest in that card then is what you're saying, because if an 8's $100 and a sealed booster box is $100, that sealed booster box crushed the 8. They couldn't afford the 10. So how do they invest?
Because this is the thing. When I talk
Gotta
to
be apples
people,
to apples.
Wait, really quick. Can I say this? Because I am
Yeah.
in training to be a wealth management advisor. I would say this. I see this a lot, and I actually might make a video on it. Again, not saying that there isn't options for people with like less money to put down that want to invest in Pokemon, but I see this a lot in stocks and crypto. People with less money want to, so rather than, let's say, buy a fractional share of Apple or Amazon or something like that, they'll go to a penny stock and buy 1,000 shares because it makes them feel good to own 1,000 shares of a cheap company rather than buying a fraction of an actually good company. So I would say, and I'm not like, again, there is money to be made in like smaller, lower end items, right? Like you can probably buy a $20 item, $20 card, turn around and flip it for 30. There's a margin to be made there for sure. Not saying that, but what I would say is if you're considering long-term price appreciation, especially with slabs, it's worth it to just wait and pay up for the sauce, in my opinion. Like if you can only afford the 8 right now and your primary goal is price appreciation and you don't just want it because you love it as a collector, don't buy it.
Okay, well, Retro,
If you
we're
want it as
talking
a-
about investment Retro. You're,
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
you're,
yeah,
you're
yeah,
talking
exactly.
about as a
So-
collector.
okay,
No,
well, here,
I'm
Retro,
saying
take-
if you're a collector, it's okay to buy the 8. If you're an investor, you need to wait and just pay up and buy the 10, in my personal opinion, because
All right,
that to
but
me
then-
is the same as buying a good company rather than just buying 1,000 shares of like, some random penny stock because that's what you can afford. That's just my
But
personal
you
opinion.
can't wait to buy the 10. Again, it comes to timing. I mentioned it earlier in this live. Sometimes things just get away from you and you have to just let stuff pass. Guys, there's still to this day a lot of 10s on the market that I would consider undervalued. A lot of those 10s already saw their price increases and now they're overvalued. Sorry. They're already overvalued. It's about
Yeah. for sure.
understanding what are you buying at the time you're buying. That's why I hate blanket statements.
well, here,
So
like, the
I wouldn't
penny
even
stock
tell
thing,
people to
like-
save up for some because maybe
But-
the boat's already sailed.
Yeah, but that's why I said I'm not saying that there isn't opportunity elsewhere. I'm saying that if you're going specifically for vintage slabs, hoping for price appreciation, that's probably where you're safest. That's all I said. I didn't say that that's the only way to do it.
Well, no,
So-
here, no, right? So here, take that Slow King H22. It's at about $1,000 or so. So you're saying-
No, it's not $1,000 card. I
Okay, well,
promise
what
you.
is that?
The last sale was $8,000.
$8,000.
Yeah, that last
Okay,
sale
well,
was
let's take-
$8,000.
Let's take anything, any card. Let's say it's $1,000. So you're saying it'd be better to buy retro. You're saying you better to buy something safe like that instead of buy 10 modern boxes at $100?
No, but again, it depends, right? Like there's nuance to everything, right? So not everything can be a blanket statement. Like in
Yeah.
my personal
What
opinion, like,
modern boxes? What card? You got to
yeah,
ask those two questions. What
exactly.
boxes?
So,
What card?
Fusion Strike, 10 Fusion Strike boxes compared to, I don't know, pick your poison, pick a PSA 10 vintage card, whatever you want, $1,000. I don't care.
okay, so I would feel much more safe, and I could be wrong, but I would feel personally more safe buying like a Crystal Nido King at around $1,000 than buying like the equivalent $1,000 in like Fusion Strike. But part of that is also like the work that is gonna go into me having to sell the $1,000 worth of Fusion Strike versus me shipping one
Crystal-
slab off to somebody.
Well, Crystal Nido King, I mean, is according to PokeData.io, again, don't know if this is right,
I'm
but
talking
they're saying it's
Japanese.
$2,300.
Yeah, I'm
They're saying
talking.
it's 2,300 for a 10 though.
Yeah, I'm talking Japanese. Sorry, I deal mostly in Japanese. So,
Okay.
but
Well, okay, well, say it's okay. So you'd rather have that for $1,000 than 10 modern boxes? You think it's going to appreciate more over the same time period?
I think that, again, I think it's nuance. I think personally for me, I think I would feel more comfortable holding that item. There's less data points out there to create a downtrend on that item because it's low. It's not, not even 100 in the pop. It's a card that like sells consistently for high prices. And if you look at like a lot of Japanese I mean, we're getting in the weeds here, but if you look at a lot of Japanese E-series, it's actually English did have like a boom and a bust retracement, but a lot of the Japanese stuff has just kind of like consistently ticked its way up. And I think personally, if Pokemon, so there's multiple scenarios. If Pokemon just trades sideways, right, or slowly like kind of treks its way up into the right, I think that the top end items are going to be safest and are going to do the best. Now, if Pokemon like eats complete doo-doo, I think that the modern booster boxes are going to, and not just modern booster boxes, but like a large percentage of junk slabs and things like that are also going to eat doo-doo. I think the top end of the hobby, your crystals, your gold stars, your Charizards, stuff like that, I think that those kinds of items are still going to retain value, right? And if Pokemon rips, if it has some other sort of like 2020 type catalyst, just, by whatever chance, I also see those items having highest percentage gains in comparison.
Okay, just real quick, so everyone's on the same page. I definitely was thinking the wrong Slow King. I was thinking the Slow King from Neo Destiny.
No, it's a Quapalis, baby.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at the H22, so I was definitely saying the wrong card. So that is a huge asterisk right there for everything I was
Retro,
saying.
they didn't though. Like
PK, we're taking you out behind the shed.
No, that's all right. I just make sure we get that out there. People would just crop the beginning of this. I thought they were talking about like the one that only has a pop 4. I think it's H14 or something.
Yeah, the Neo Slow King. That's a fire art. What were you gonna say, Alex? Sorry.
I'm just saying like they didn't though. Like those cards didn't see the biggest uptrend during that 2019 2021 time frame. Like when everything went through the boom. Like those safe cards didn't see the biggest uptrend. So I mean, why would they see it again when the Pokemon goes through a biggest boom? I mean, boxes like Flashfire and Phantom Forces and Evolution saw the biggest upturns.
Yeah, those were great, and because they were great sets too.
Well, my point is like, so wouldn't the great sets in Sword and Shield do better than those cards if another upturn came in the future?
We don't know yet.
I'm gonna check some
you can't
numbers
just
really quick.
Assume that they're gonna repeat exactly the same. That's the thing. Like you got to at least preach that there can be dangers associated with even the best sets. Well, again, Alex, I think you think I'm anti-modern. I'm not. I'm very pro-modern. I do think modern's going to have an uptrend. But now, do I think that, what's a good modern? Evolving Skies? Do I think Evolving Skies is going to potentially 1-for-1 what Flashfire did? I'd be very hesitant in that. Am I going to rule it out? No. But I would be very careful, like comparing those two sets.
Yeah, it's like people comparing generations to celebrations, right? It's not a direct comparison.
Yeah. But that's the thing. I'm not anti-modern. I don't know. when you call me the biggest gatekeeper in this hobby, that's just
Okay.
what got me. And
Okay, so we're really quick. Sorry, I'll let you go. But what were you comparing to that the boxes that you said had like better gains or whatever?
Just like Flash Fire, I mean, Evolutions, that both those saw like 11, 12, 13 times gain even.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, Evolutions is like base set reprint and Flash Fire is, also has a
I think
Charizard.
even Phantom Forces was probably in the hundreds or maybe two and then it ended up going in the 2000s. So that was
Yeah,
over
but
1,000% return.
when it gets nervous or it gets a little shaky is what about like, Breakthrough, Breakpoint, what about Steam Siege? Like, what was the set right
Breakthrough
before
Breakpoint are
Evolution?
still 400 or 500%.
Wait, those sets came out in like 2017, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm looking at
Yeah, I think.
So I'm looking at Rayquaza Gold Star on the PSA.
Yeah, hey, I said there's 5%. I know Rayquaza
Okay,
Gold Star is one of them, but
Yeah.
a regular set card is not doing that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Just like
Yeah,
the
there's
sauce,
5%
the sauce.
of slabs that outperformed. There's 5% that did, I would say.
And there's
Yeah,
a
I
lot
agree
of,
with
products that also, depending on the product, didn't do, very well. Like,
I mean, just look at like 90% of the Sun and Moon boxes, like other than like base, Crimson Invasion, like most all of them are 350, 400, 500% up. All of them.
and again, you're just kind of reaffirming my point. Is you're only talking about booster boxes, where that's why I talk about that. You're talking about the high end booster boxes. I talk about the high end, tens. But when
like
you talk about
$90
like
out of the gate.
PSA 8s, and then I say, well, what are like Sun and Moon individual blister packs selling for? It's like,
well, no, but I like to look at, in the 2019-20, you could have bought those boxes for $90, $100 out of the gate, when those slabs, you could not have bought those PSA 10s for $90, $100. So it's not a direct comparison. You'd have to buy
we were
multiple
talking about
boxes, so you'd have to
2018.
compare
We
the
weren't talking
10 to
about
multiple
2019,
boxes.
but 2018, there was a lot of opportunities, a lot of slabs to pick them up at those prices, depending on the set, just like depending
PSA
on the
10
booster box. $100? Are you kidding? You're asking me if there was PSA 10s that were available on the market in 2018?
Well, maybe like a fossil muck, or I mean, stuff that didn't go up very well. Not the high end cards.
But
I think you could.
Not like a Shining or a Gold Star.
No.
Yeah,
No,
probably not Shining.
Not Shining or Gold Star. It's this, you can't talk about the high end the same way as you don't want us to talk about the highest end for like,
all I'm talking about is direct dollar for dollar comparisons. What you could have bought at any certain time compared to what you could have bought a modern booster box for. That's all I'm saying.
So
I bet if you took $1,000 in 2018 and said, I'm only buying, $1,000 worth of sealed product, but see, this is the thing, Alex, is I'm keep defending against slabs, and I don't tell people to buy 10s. This is the craziest part of this conversation. Is I don't know how you're getting me to defend buying 10s, which I tell people don't do that. So it's a big circle we're going in,
I got you.
It's like, you won't just let me say, buy the card raw, grade it yourself.
I already admit it. You're right. That's the best thing.
So it's almost like we're now just like having a debate to have a debate, but we both don't agree with that. So
no, I agree. I've said that multiple times. That's the best way to do it in the hobby to make money.
But my thing is, if I bet you, in my opinion, if I had $1,000 in 2018 and somebody said you can only buy $1,000 worth of sealed that's available, or I'm going to give you this $1,000 and you can literally do anything else with this $1,000, I personally think I could have took that 1,000 and turned it into better returns. But now this is going into just speculation, right?
Well, my point is like, I think we're downplaying. I mean, because I've done it and we've all done it. He's retrospect still. I mean, I'm sure you people do it. I don't really do it much anymore, but we've all played the raw grading game. I mean, it's so much more work than we're acting like it is. Like, yeah, you can say it's better games, but to really source and find raw graded cards, to source collections, source lots, and do all this work and actually get them in, they're actually mint, like the pictures show. They don't have little bends, little whiting, little creases. That's a lot more than just buying a sealed case and putting it on a shelf. That's so much different.
I think you're overestimating how tough it is to, send a card away for grading. It's not that hard.
It's not hard, but it's harder now to source.
Oh,
For
sourcing
sure.
today?
For sure.
Forget
Yeah,
about it. Yeah.
That's my
Sourcing,
point. Like, how much time are you
sourcing is
putting into
rough,
finding
for
these
sure.
cards? Like, how much time and effort is this? How many
Yeah.
websites are you scrolling? How many listings are you how many auctions are you putting bids in? Like, that's so much work when I can just go buy a product off the open market. Boom.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
I mean, if you're doing it on a one-to-one card basis where you're only buying a single card at a time, you're not trying to go after collections and stuff. Yeah, that's probably like a huge uphill battle for people. But again, like if you're going to start to go down the rabbit hole and start finding cards raw, like people eventually are going to start picking up binder collections and, or, sourcing collection, stuff like that. You're going to be hard pressed to find people be like, just buy one card at a time, man. Like
well,
it's
okay.
about buying in bulk.
So really quick, could we say then, because I kind of think what he's getting at is like the amount of work that goes into it. And I just do this as a side hustle. And dude, I'm up on Yahoo till like 3 a.m. sometimes, like grinding auctions, looking for stuff. Like, but I love it. You know what I mean? Making decent money.
Hey,
Like,
that's great.
but
My
really
point
quick,
is that's
really
so
quick, really
different.
quick. So could we say that similar to the stock market, and I hate that I'm saying this, similar to the stock market, could we say that like buying a single card okay, if you invest in an individual stock, you potentially it's riskier than just buying like an index, right? But if you're good at picking stocks, if you know how to write financial models, right? If you know how to calculate like standard deviation and write functions for liquidity and downside and look at their financial blah 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 blah, right? You can do better picking one individual stock, but it takes more work, it takes more savvy, it takes more know-how, and it's slightly riskier. Now, could we say that like buying an index, right, is potentially like safer, but then like what are your gains going to be like in an index, right? So then could we say that like, because Alex agrees that the best way to make money is just sourcing it raw, grading it out, and flipping it yourself. But I think what he's trying to say is that like the average person, it takes a lot of savvy, and not everybody's going to have that savvy. So then most people are just going to, like throw their money into modern, whether that's a good investment or not. Like, that's not what I'm arguing, but couldn't
you make the argument by what you just said? If the savvy investor or the non-savvy investor, this is what you said, the non-savvy investor are just throwing their money at modern. Well, if the more non-savvy investors are doing that, there could potentially be a flood of this product in the future with that mindset in mind. But this is the thing. I'm still pro-modern, but all I'm saying is at least that is something you need to talk about as a potential danger.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, there's risk in any investment. Yeah. Absolutely.
I don't like doing the, Pokemon cards to stock comparison.
I don't either.
There's too much to take in.
The like basically running a business compared to just like someone who's has a full-time job. They just want to invest part-time. Like, doing what Retro's doing and what people in this hobby do. That like he said, that's so much work, and so you have to know so much. You have to be educated. You have to put a lot of effort in. Where what I'm talking about is regular average people can do it, who don't maybe have a lot of money to invest, who don't have hours and hours and hours to spend. They can still do this.
I think this is where me and you are differing from a little bit. Is the people I mainly talk to, I don't talk to the people that are just strictly 100% investors. The people I'm talking to are the collectors and stuff like that. And I always talk about being a collector, and then investing is just one of those beautiful things that tags along with it. But when I talk to the collector, there's a lot of people, myself included, I'm sure a lot of people in this chat right now, that enjoyed the hunt. And part of that hunt is sourcing those cards and spending that time and doing stuff like that. Now, maybe that's where we differ. Maybe you're only talking to the investor, the person who could freaking care less about the cards themselves or the cards that are in it. They only want the sealed product, and they're like, you know what? I won't say they don't like Pokemon, but maybe they're like, that's not the person I talk to. So that is such a hard hurdle for me to get over.
Well, it's like me. It's like, I mean, I grew up with vintage. Like, obviously I'd like to have a $1,000 vintage card over 10 modern boxes. It's just in my head, I know this is a better play. So I buy the modern boxes.
Because you keep saying, but there's no way you could really know that, because time still hasn't played out for this modern stuff, Alex. You're talking about it like it's a guarantee.
okay, it's not a guarantee, but with 7 years experience, seeing it happen again and again and again, it's already happening this year in the last few months. Modern's still happening. I mean, without a huge, downturn in Pokemon, without some crazy thing happening, it's likely it's going to continue a lot more likely than a slab at $1,000 is going to continue the same as those.
This is the thing. You keep saying slab, and I hate talking slabs, but I'll just repeat exactly what you said, but I'll say it with a raw card is, well, in the last 7 years, if you bought that raw card and graded it, and assuming Pokemon keeps doing exactly what it's doing and nothing changes, that card will probably be worth more money. It's exactly what you said, Alex. I just, instead of saying a sealed booster box, I said a raw card. That's it. Because we're using the same timeline. We're using the same hobby. We're doing the same sort of growth. Raw cards grew. Sealed product grew. It's
all right. Raw card, January of this year. Name one that grew.
This year? If you bought that raw card right now, how pretty you would be sitting? Japanese stamp box promos, man. You bought that box for $200. You are sitting pretty right now. Good for you. If you guys bought ultra premium collections, you cracked out those metal Charizards and Pikachus and the 2 promos in there for the prices you paid.
You'd be better off.
You asked me January this year to tell you raw cards. Those are raw cards, Alex. You'd be sitting pretty right now if you did those.
All right.
There's always plays.
But by getting those raw cards, you're cracking them out of a sealed product that's more expensive sealed than the raw cards are worth.
But that's it. What's the play? If you're going to crack a card like that, what's the play you're going to do? You're going to grade that card.
Well, you can't grade the metal Charizards.
But you could for a while. And even now, the raw prices of those, if you add up the metal Charizard, the Pikachu, and the 2 promos in there, you could grade the 2 promos, which I wouldn't really recommend it at this point. If you were to be an early adapter to that, you probably would have did really good. But those things are still valuable.
So put in work. So put in work is what you're saying.
What?
So put in work then, not just passively invest.
Again, Alex, I enjoy it.
I agree. A collector, I get all that. I'm just saying, like, I get asked so much and like I get put up against like the best possible way to put money into something. I gotta stick with what I stick with. Like if you're a collector, if you enjoy the chase, if you want something to do, if you enjoy the hobby, that's a completely different argument. And I'm not gonna argue that with you.
Yeah, just some more raw cards like you were asking that did well. Picking up any of the Jolteon, Flareon, Umbreon, picking those boxes up raw. The
boxes are doing better.
Yeah, opposed to those cards graded.
The sealed is doing better than the raws.
Again, you are just talking about it raw. I'm talking about the next step. What do you do with those cards raw?
Okay. You take risks. I mean, PSA can damage.
You take risks with modern. You take risks by keeping it sealed. You take risks by keeping it sealed that maybe you'll miss the boat on all the returns you could have made if you flipped that card and graded it. And you would have probably made faster returns than I bet you if you looked at the returns from cracking those, graded them, what you could have sold it at, opposed to what that box was at MSRP to what it is now. I bet you your returns would have been. Well,
I guess we're both right. It just comes down to what each person has the time for. Like a lot of people don't have the time like you or Retro have to spend hours and hours searching for a card and knowing all the market, knowing all the ins and outs. They just are looking for something they can passively do to earn extra income on the top of what they already do.
Alex, I would say that is true for a large majority of the hobby. Listen, for the person listening to this live stream 3 hours in to listen to 3 guys talk about Pokemon cards, those guys got the time to spend a little time. You got to keep in mind.
I don't know. We're kind of like sex symbols out here. So
the people we're talking to are a very different group of this hobby. If I were to walk into my local Walmart or Target and I saw somebody picking up some blister pack, and if I was like, hey, let me sit down and talk to you about the investing of Pokemon, they would look at me like I had 27 heads, man. I think we're losing sight of who we're talking to too when we say people don't have time.
Maybe. I mean, there's a good point made in the chat too. And Mike, I mean, how many of those are actually PSA 10s when you crack them? How many come in 8s and 9s? I mean,
I mean, so one of the cards I could think.
Modern sealed a safe play. It continuously go. I mean, it doesn't always happen, but the boxes have been rising where you're taking a risk taking out the box.
Maybe you are taking a risk, and this is the thing. You keep thinking I'm anti-sealed product, which I'm not. I just think that the question was, tell you a card that if you had it raw, you could have made money on in January. It's gone up in price. So
No,
what I
no,
did was I
raw,
answered
though,
that
not by
question. That
grading
doesn't
it, just
have
raw.
anything to do with the fact that I don't think that thing is still a good sealed play. I still think
Wait.
it's a great sealed play.
Real quick. I think we can all agree that there's risk in everything. This is exactly why I said it's just safer to teach people that they should go with traditional financial investments if their risk appetite is lower. That's why the first video I ever made on my channel was comparing Pokemon to the stock market and explaining why the stock market, for various reasons, is probably the average person that doesn't want to put the work in. That's probably their best bet.
That's what a 401k is.
For sure, right? Like, I mean, one of the points I made was like, even if you're seeing these gains, like you got to factor in inflation and shipping and blah, blah, blah.
That's what
Plus,
the
like you're
average
not,
person retires off as a 401k.
for
Yeah,
sure,
but
exactly.
you could have been the guy who retired in 2009, or sorry, who retired in 2009. And when you went to retire in 2009, your 401k took a 30% hit. You could be that guy too. So
Yeah.
the 401ks only work on depending on when you retire. If you retired earlier
Okay.
this year, guess
Okay,
what? You just
well,
lost a shitload of your money. Sucks to be you.
That's
Like-
that's true for sure. But here's the deal. Like the video wasn't like talking about 401k specifically. It was just talking about like having a portfolio, right? And like, yeah, if you sell the bottom, like you're boned. And if you do retire like during an economic downturn or whatever, like it sucks because you're forced to take out X amount, per month, per year, like once you hit retirement age. Like that is true. But having 1,000 slabs or having 1,000 modern booster boxes sitting in your closet hoping for price appreciation is doing you nothing in comparison to having your money in like a passive income dividend paying position that's going to compound over time, pay you dividends, things like that. So like
Retro,
yeah,
I totally understand what you're doing. The problem is I know what you're into the investment side and it's what you go to school for, but you keep trying to bring investments into Pokemon. And sometimes you really have to try your best is to separate the two. I know it's hard for a lot of people because you want to keep comparing Pokemon to investments and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Retro, I have yet to this point to meet somebody who has ever said, don't invest in traditional investments, only invest all your money in Pokemon. Retro, I have never met that person. And I'd be shocked if you could find me that person in the YouTube world that says that. But you keep talking about it, comparing it. When we talk about Pokemon, hopefully we're talking about Pokemon as being disposable income or down the line, meaning you've already done all your investments up to this point. So we talk about Pokemon as their own speculative plays. So to compare it versus my 401k and stuff, or my brokerage, or mutual funds, or individual stocks, or maybe you have crypto, or maybe you have you have rental properties, or you have whatever.
Everyone wants to sit the fence though. Everyone wants to say those things. Like it's just sitting the fence and saying you can't, but you have to compare the two. It's like someone saying, well, you can't compare crypto. Well, someone threw all their money in crypto and now they're a multimillionaire. It works. So you can compare it.
Okay, wait.
But see, this is the thing. But Alex,
really
there's
quick.
A combination of collector and investor in this hobby. That's the big part is navigating that collector aspect where some people might not care if that thing goes up or goes down.
I agree.
So
yeah, for sure.
There's probably not a lot of people in the 401k world that don't care if their 401k goes up or down. They're just like, oh, my 401k. Yeah, I just like.
That's true. That's true. Wait, really quick. But here we've been on this thing for like 3 hours and like we are talking about this through a financial investment lens. We haven't been sitting here going, who's your top favorite Pokemon? Who are your top 5 favorite Japanese promos? We're talking about this.
We're talking about Pokemon as investment. We're not talking about 401ks, Retro.
I know. Just listen. Let me finish, like, and provide nuance to my point before just jumping down my throat. So I think that the average person, now for you, with a stable job, like you've been through booms and busts, you have good perspective, you might have good financial standing, you might be okay. I would argue that the demographic of the kinds of people watching a Pokemon investment channel do not have that same perspective. And those people are going to hear Jake and you and all these other people say, okay, you should not be doing this if you don't have stocks, if you don't have bonds, if you don't have real estate. They're going to hear all that and they're going to go, yeah, that's cool, but tell me how to become a Pokemon millionaire. People want to change their financial position quickly. They want to make these crazy gains. Everybody's seen things over the past 2 years go insane. So they don't want to hear 5 to 10% compounding interest. They don't want to hear that shit. They want to hear, I'm going to buy an ETB and it's going to triple tomorrow. That's what they want to hear. So people, the demographic of people going to Pokemon investment channels, I would argue, do not have their finances all together. By and large. Now, a certain percentage of them might, for sure, like no group of people is like a monolith or anything, but just in my experience in the Pokemon hobby, being in Discords with like highly engaged people, right? In market Pokemon Discords, I've seen a lot of addicted behavior. I've seen a lot of people saying that 80% of my net worth is in cards and collectibles, but I just love this stuff. Right? I see a lot of people without houses, without 401ks, who have sold out of their stock portfolios to buy into Pokemon. So that's why I keep bringing this up. I'm not trying to make comparisons to the two. I'm saying that, like, I think a large demographic of people looking at these channels are in fact not in good financial standing, and in fact do not invest in traditional investments before they take money to dump into Pokemon, because they want to do something fun. They don't want to take the time to set up a brokerage or learn about the stock. They'd much rather sit and like learn about Pokemon and think that they can just buy Pokemon product or buy slabs or buy cards and flip them or whatever, and that's going to be their path to financial freedom. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but Retro, if you think all those people in Pokemon are not like investing in, 401ks or brokerage accounts or mutual funds or anything like that, why are you comparing the two? That's what I don't understand.
Because we were talking about risk earlier. We were talking about risk earlier.
People have very little financial literacy. So what you're doing now is you're taking Pokemon and comparing it to something where you just said you think that the majority of people listening to these channels don't have that literacy in the first place, but yet that's what you're comparing it to.
I think you can learn financial literacy through watching channels like this. Like if you have no financial literacy at all, but you watch Jake's channel, you can learn financial literacy, and it's a lot easier to feed somebody the pill in the applesauce on the spoon than to just jam a pill down their throat. So I think you can learn financial literacy. Like I was just at a trade night a couple months ago. My barber's kids are like 6, 7, 8, 10 years old, right? They came up to the table next to me. They wanted to make a trade with this guy, right? They had some cards. The dude had some cards. I saw this 8-year-old kid pull out his dad's phone and hop up and look at comps, recent comps on eBay and recent comps on 130 point, right? You can teach kids business. You can teach adults business through Pokemon. I don't think that they always need to be mutually exclusive.
But we're not financial advisors.
For sure.
You're talking about the slippery slope of where you're now want to preach financial literacy and do all this. You're taking it very out of what anybody here is really like. We are not financial advisors. The fact that you think
absolutely.
These channels should be financial advisors,
no, that's not what I said.
By teaching financial literacy, dude, that is such a slippery slope.
That's not what I'm saying, though, at all. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying
but you're saying that they should learn from these channels by comparing it.
No, I'm not saying that they should learn. I'm saying that they can learn. I'm saying that somebody that shows up to a Pokenomics Jake or a Dan or something like that. I'm not saying that that's where you should go for financial advice, but I'm saying that people that have nuanced intellectual takes that do deep dives into the data, you can find and learn things about financial literacy, about how to run a business, about how to flip or whatever through going to those channels. And then that might then teach you to do.
That is the scariest thing ever, man. You're telling me that you think that somebody should be getting their information from channels like this.
No, I'm not saying that they should be. I'm saying that they can.
From stuff like this. That's
not what I'm saying at all. That's not what I'm saying at all.
What are you saying? Because that's what you were saying. You were saying that you believe. I just want to let's go back to some of the points you said. Mm-hmm. You said that you believe that the people watching these channels do not have a lot of financial literacy. But if they watch channels like Jake's, they could potentially use Pokemon as a vehicle to learn about investing and how to make like investment decisions and being smart, rational investment stuff like that.
Not
correct?
necessarily investment decisions, but like what was Jake doing during the hype? He was keeping people
Selling.
from getting wrecked. Yeah, for sure. But he was keeping people from getting wrecked. And he was saying, here's the price history, here's the data, here's how to read a pop report,
that's
here's all the
Pokemon.
nuance that for sure. But this like what I'm saying is like
He's
the
not
person
comparing it to the S&P or 401ks and stuff, or brokerage accounts or mutual funds, or
I know, dude, but
backdoor
I
IRAs and
think
stuff like that.
I think you're getting like, yeah, I think that you're misunderstanding my point. I think
I
that
did.
I think that we don't we don't know each other, and I think that you're kind of like misunderstanding where I'm coming from. I think that you can teach people, like earlier we talked about it. I made a video where I talked about it being a good time to get Japanese cards at a good deal because the Japanese yen was at a 5-year low against the US dollar. Right? So like, wait, really quick.
But
Really quick,
I gotta
just
stop you
really
there.
quick.
You're talking about the yen versus the US dollar retro. I gotta stop you. This is a Pokemon conversation. Do you not understand how those two are not comparable?
They absolutely
I
are
understand you're
comparable.
trying
What are
to
you
make a
talking?
point.
What are
I
you talking
understand you're
about?
trying to make a
The whole
point, but
point of the video was that you could go on Japanese proxy sites and buy stuff now for cheaper and hit better licks on Japanese proxy sites now because our currency is trading higher against the Japanese yen. So through like a macro financial lens, I'm still providing people what they're coming for, which is like, okay, well, how do I get good deals on Pokemon cards? How do I find stuff for cheaper? It's like, okay, well, here's an opportunity right now. The Japanese yen is down. It's at an over 5-year low against the US dollar. Our currency is strong against their currency. So you can find good deals.
But retro,
I don't see anything
you
wrong
said
with
they
that.
don't have good financial literacy. What happens if our dollar or if the yen recovers versus the dollar and they watched your video and it is now antiquated, but they have in their thought process or their head that the dollar is overvalued opposed to the yen, but yet changing market conditions happen, all these things, but they don't know that because they watched your video 6 months ago.
Yeah,
but
for
they
sure.
have that now in their head. And you put
Right.
that thought there by
But-
accident, even though you didn't mean to.
Right. But in my video, and I think even in the title, I said right now.
Okay.
So if someone goes to view that video 6 months from now, you know,
you would
and
be
again,
shocked.
and
I'm
again,
sure-
in the video, I pulled up charts with timelines comparing the currencies to the US dollar. So if a person thinks like, oh, well, maybe the Japanese yen is still weak, well, just pull up the same chart I pulled up, pull up the DXY. Like it's not, you know what I'm saying? And again, like, so I'm not saying that people should go to Pokemon channels to learn financial literacy, but I'm saying sometimes you can teach people that don't want to hear certain things or wouldn't go seek out like an I don't know that aren't going to go to their Edward Jones, that aren't going to sit and watch like MIT course stuff on how to do this stuff. I'm saying that they can go to channels with people that are well versed in things like that and potentially pick up on some stuff, right? Jake always talks about being a value investor. I'm not saying you should go to Jake to learn how to be a value investor, but someone that doesn't even know what a value investor is might learn what a value investor is just by hearing Jake talk about it and then be prompted to go and do their own research, find out the difference between value and growth stocks. You know, Jake talks about irrational negativity, you know, when there's blood in the streets, get greedy, blah, 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 all that sort of stuff. So I'm saying that people talking about these things and delivering them through like I said, you know, you're trying to get your kid to take a pill or a vitamin or whatever. You put it in the spoon with the applesauce and you feed it to them or whatever, they're going to eat it.
Retro,
if you just try to shove a pill down their throat, they're not going to want to eat it. So I'm saying the delivery matters.
Retro, this is where me and you are separated from, is while I believe in all the things you just said, 100%, it is okay to talk about value investing, talk about finding good deals, stuff like that. The only thing is I don't like the direct comparison to like, you know, 401ks, direct comparisons to the S&P 500. I think that is just where me and you differ. I think it's the direct comparison argument that I don't like. But all the things you're saying about value investing, all these things in Pokemon are very true. And
Right,
anybody
but I
buying
didn't
Pokemon
make
cards should be doing it.
Yeah, but I didn't make a direct comparison. And like I said, even in my first video, like I make the whole video is about how like you should invest in traditional investments over. So I'm not making a direct comparison at all. Like I don't think Pokemon operates like the stock market and vice versa. Like they're completely different. But you can learn the same sorts of principles in any market. You can learn how to run a business in any market. You might learn stuff like watching Dan and Nick be running Pokemon business, and then you could go that and apply it to your fruit stand. You know what I mean? Or your plant business at the local farmers market, right? So it's not like, well, you should go to Dan for trying to figure out how to run a fruit stand. No, but Dan runs a successful business and he could teach you how to run a successful business, how to think about cash flow, how to think about like over leveraging yourself, when you should be buying, accounting periods, things like that. Dan's going to say, not tax advice, and that's cool. But I'm just saying, like, you can learn and pick up on a lot of things that you can then take and apply elsewhere. I never was trying to make a point or a direct comparison to the S&P or the stock market to Pokemon. I was just trying to get you guys to find some common ground, because what I was hearing was Alex was talking about, yes, you can find better deals, you can make more money doing it this way, but it's less passive. And you were talking about, well, I really, really love this stuff. And like, if you want to make money, this is the way to do it. And I think both of you were right. So I was trying to get you guys to find common ground. And I love this stuff too. So I'm willing to stay up and do the work. And it's just a side hustle for me, but it does take a lot of time to source raw cards, to find stuff, to send it off for grading, like to list stuff. Like it does take time. And I'm not saying that that's bad, but to expect everybody to be able to do that and be successful, I believe is unrealistic. Now, on the other side of that, I also think it's unrealistic to say that you can just tell people to buy modern product and it's just all going to go up and they're going to be fine. But that's where like the nuance comes in, right? So like I was just trying to play moderator. I wasn't trying to like ruffle anybody's feathers or get anybody mad. I was just trying to find some common ground, because you guys have been arguing for like 2 hours, and at the end of the day, I think it's best for like the community, and I think you guys probably have a lot of overlapping viewers, and I'm a viewer of both of you guys, so I wanted to see this discussion, right? But I want to see it end in like an amicable way. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, I like the other side of that is, I feel like, I guess what kind of amps me up sometimes is on the other side of that, like, this is like an investing channel, is I think it's a cop out a lot of the time, because I see a lot of debates over investments where everyone wants to cop out and say, well, at the end of the day, I like these cards, or at the end of the day, I can just open all this product and enjoy it. It's like, yes, at the end of the day, you're a collector, I get it, but the fact of the matter, we're talking about an investment right now, so it can't, like, we can't like kind of go back and forth about, oh, it's a collectible, but I'm also trying to make money. It's like, I get you enjoy the thing, but the topic right now is we're talking about investment. So it's like, how much time, how much effort is put into the investment to make the returns that you can make passively in something else. That was my only point.
No, and that's why I told you, I agreed with you, Alex, on your point. I said that's why maybe it would be really hard for me to have that conversation, because I can't separate myself from being a combination of like, this is the thing. You have to be able to admit your own faults, and that is one of my faults, is having that combination of collector and investor. So and that when you do that, it changes risk tolerance, it changes so much stuff, you know. So that's why it's not a clear, like, definitive answer. But when we talk about Pokemon, to me, my personal opinion is that the investors, for the most part, I would go out on a ledge and say for the most part, are both collectors and investors, meaning they're not just one end of the spectrum, you know. So
no, I agree. I mean, so yeah, I mean, I'll come out, I mean, you know, try and squash the beef, like Retro was saying. I mean, I'm down to squash all the beef. I mean, I'll come out and give you a verbal apology for the gatekeeping comment. Like, I was just legitimately taking it as you were telling people that unless you're investing in PSA 10s, then you shouldn't be investing in vintage cards. And it's like, well, that would basically take out everyone in the market who couldn't afford thousands of dollars, is what you'd be saying. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, well, I you know what, Alex, I hope that you could continue to, you know, consume my channel, consume some of my content, and maybe hopefully you'll understand that I am not so bullish all the time on modern, that at sometimes I can be, or sorry, I'm not always bearish on modern, that sometimes I could be a little bit more bullish. And, you know, I like your channel. I've watched almost all your videos. I was one of your early subscribers, man. Like, trust me, and I think where we lose sight sometimes is the nuances of our conversations. And I've talked about it on my channel. I'm sure you've talked about it. When you get into the niches of the niches of the niches, man, like, we are not talking to the average person. We're not. Even you, when you talk about buying booster boxes for $80 or $100, when you look at Pokemon, the grand scheme of it, there's probably like a few amount of people spending $100 on every single release, or, you know, picking up cases. And cases now we're talking hundreds with an S worth $1. When you start to even talk about modern stuff, like we're talking to such a very small group of people that I think the small differences that you and I have, while to anybody watching this live who has no clue about Pokemon, would be like, I have no clue what these guys are even talking about. So we have to like keep that in relative, but I don't want to beef with you. The only thing I ask is that you think I'm not a gatekeeper. And number two is like, if you are going to make videos, I would just appreciate if you just didn't use my name. Like,
Hey, PK, you owe me a live. I'm coming for you, bro. If I don't get a live out of this, next video finna be PK snaked me out of a 4-hour live with Nostalgianomics. Open mouth thumbnail. Catch me outside.
How about that?
and Retro, I would love to have you on. And this is the thing I would do. I would have a conversation with you and we would just talk about finances. Only about
No,
investing.
bro, come on, man. I just
Finances
showed
relates to-
mid-gen.
And because like I mentioned when I first came on this stream, one of the things I strive to do is bring on people with opposing viewpoints and have those conversations, because I think people can get stuff out of it. And there's a lot of stuff I would like to, you know, ask you and dive a little bit more deeper into that. And I think we could have a good back and forth.
Hell yeah. Can we hug it out? If this feels like a hug moment. I don't know. Like, are you guys feeling it? I'm feeling like it's a hug. Come on.
I mean, I thought
Come
we were
on.
I just don't want to be called a gatekeeper. That's why I had to come on this
Come
channel. But hey guys,
on.
my wife is standing over there.
I'm
She's
happy
been
you
waiting
came on,
for a
man.
while. I gotta go. I appreciate
All right.
hey, Alex. I appreciate at least allowing me on your channel.
No,
For all
we're
your
good,
chat out
man.
there.
We're good going forward. Sorry about
Yeah.
the gatekeeping, and no more calling you out videos. We're good to go.
Hell
All right,
yeah.
guys. For all you guys in the chat, appreciate it. See you later. Sorry, I stole your live, Retro.
No, you're good. You're good, man. You're good. I'm
All right,
glad
later,
this
everyone.
got worked out. Peace.
What's up, man?
Alrighty. Well,
is there anything else you wanted to cover?
woo, dog. This is. I mean, hey, man. You know, a lot of viewers and stuff. So I'm glad that people stuck around, and I'm glad that you guys, you know, could find common ground. It was getting a little heated there for a minute, but
How many subscribers do you have?
dog, I don't even know, like 80 or something.
All right, well, there's 117 people in here right now, so everyone in here, make sure you give this man a sub. You gotta have
Hey.
100 something after this live, because
I appreciate that, man.
yeah,
I appreciate
retrospects YouTube.
I appreciate that. I think it was good, man. I don't know, like I said earlier, like I'm not against confrontation or anything like that, but I'm glad that it ended on common ground. You know, that everybody kind of, you know.
And I knew it would if we could ever just talk. Like I knew it would.
Yeah.
Like me and Jake talked. Like I knew it would. It's so hard when you're doing comments and videos back and forth, and it's rough, man. Like he was saying about the call out. Like I didn't even realize that I was coming at him in the chat of that Jake and Basic Trainer live stream, and that's why he shouted me out and said that Patreon comment. Like I didn't even know that. So that's kind of what started that whole thing. And so there's just stuff that unless you talk it out, you don't know all the little points that you hit on each person. Like I said, it just is what it is. I mean, it's over, right?
Yeah, no, and I think that was good. Like that everybody saw everybody's perspective, because it's when you make just a video and it's just a standalone and it's like you say what you say or whatever, like a lot, you can't cover everything in one video. You can't answer questions. So when you can sit and talk to somebody back and forth and be like, well, when you said this, it made me feel like this, right? So like you might not have been trying to like hurt feelings, but like it seems like he really didn't like the gatekeeper thing, and like that kind of affected him. And so like once you could kind of understand that and you apologize, it's like, okay, cool, we can move forward from here. And yeah, man, because like every time I see you like on a live, like talking to people, it's way less spicy and you're way more reasonable than like, you know, just like making a video and then people react to it like, oh, well, what did he mean by this? Right. So like, I am glad that you guys were able to just you know, talk it out, work through it or whatever, because at the end of the day, bro, like in real life, y'all would probably like share a beer together, show each other collections, open some booster packs and just chill. So like there's really no reason for anybody to be fighting or hating anybody else. You know what I mean?
I've always said that, like, I'm such a chill person in real life. It's just, I mean, like, if I'm sitting around like just my couch or around a fire, like with friends, like we get these same type of debates and it gets heated. But like afterwards, it's all like, okay, it's over. Like, what do you guys want to do? Like, go play some Xbox or something? Like, it's no big deal. So I think I get caught up in that online where I stop realizing that, hey, I'm not talking to friends that know, like, we're just talking here. People are actually getting offended. They're actually getting hurt. It's not like a fun back and forth. And so I just need to kind of dial it back sometimes and be like, wait, I got to make sure I'm not pushing the envelope too far. So I think that's what it is. Cause I mean, literally, I'm just like a lot of people in chat said, we're here, we're grown men talking about Pokemon cards. Like, how serious can we all be right now? Like,
Yeah.
let's be honest.
Yeah, for real.
You know?
Yeah, and I get what you're saying about like the internet thing too. Like you can misconstrue, and when you don't know people, right? Like I can sit and argue with my buddy or whatever, and it might get heated, but it's like, I know my buddy, like I know his intentions, I know where he's coming from. And at the end of the day, like I know that even if we disagree, like we can move forward. So like when you don't know people, when you don't have a relationship with people, you can kind of like, you can make up things in your head like, oh, well, this is what this person meant by this, or this person was trying to hurt me, or they had malicious intent. And in reality, like it might not be that way. So, yeah, man. Hopefully we can move forward from this.
Yeah, sorry.
No,
sorry it happened in midstream, man. I know.
No. We were having a really good conversation. I think, yeah. I mean, I really enjoyed talking to you, man. Yeah, I think we had a really great conversation. I didn't know what to expect when when PK hopped on. I didn't expect it to get quite that spicy, but
Is there anything we didn't cover that you wanted to, or is there anything you wanted to hit before we got off?
I don't even know at this point. It's rough. I guess I would just say like what do you have any like goals, like short-term goals, like for your collection or for you know things that you're flip into or anything like that? Or
you know, it's really hard, like especially from what I've had. It's just it's kind of one of those things, like, you know, I'm almost to the point where it's like I've almost accepted that I'm not going to have that collection back, at least until the time being, unless I, you know, my financial situation, you know, changes significantly. And so you know, I'm just trying to, like I said, build the collection with the modern stuff, kind of was at zero cost to me. So as I buy the, you know, large amounts of the seal, I can, you know, make some profits, maybe buy some stuff with the profits, keep one of each box and one of each ETB, things like that. But like, you know, going back, like having all the WotC, you know, sealed boxes, having all the, you know, WotC PSA 10 cards, like I said, I mean, I had over 400,000 or so in value in my collection. It's like, for me to ever get back, even with the prices dropping, and now I could probably buy all that back for half, or, you know, 60% or something. It's like, I'm never going to go spend that kind of money on that stuff. It's a completely different time. And so, you know, collection goals, I'm not really sure at this time. You know, I literally just got back in the hobby, like, you know, 5-6 months ago before I started my channel. And so, yeah, I'm just kind of enjoying the ride right now. What about you?
Primarily flipping. I just picked up a Alakazam Gold Star that I really like, and then at some point, you know, we'll see how everything goes. I really like Crystal Nidoking. That's kind of why I brought that card up.
Oh, he's one of my favorite Pokemon, dude. I love that card.
Yeah, I love that card a lot. But and then last thing before, and then we can tap out. But like, what kind of music do you like? Like, who are some of your favorite like artists or rappers or anything like that?
Man, I'm like old school. I like all the old school alternative rock, man. Like back, like the Blink 182, Green Day, all that style. Like when we're hanging at the pool, like that's the music we're playing, is like those type of channels on Pandora or something. So I mean, obviously, you know, rap back in the day too. I mean, I'm not about a lot of the new stuff. You know, a lot of the new pop or the new rap. You know, definitely like the early mid 2000s rap and all that, definitely into. But
do you like System of a Down, Rage Against the Machine, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Linkin Park, any of that kind of stuff?
Oh yeah, definitely some Red Hot Chili Peppers, definitely Linkin Park. You know, System of a Down, some of those bands were a little more harder than I like to get to. I like more of the softer stuff, the more the basic crap.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah, I'm
Fair enough.
definitely more that basic dude, you know.
Okay. I like Blink 182, man. I like Blink One. My girlfriend, it's weird, dog. Like my
Just
girlfriend's
that
first.
sound, it's like the kind that like sound that
Mhm.
was. I feel like tons of the alternative pop punk bands had back then, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Simple
absolutely.
Plan and some
Some
41 and
41.
all
Yeah,
that
yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. Okay. Yeah, dog. Sometimes like I go down rabbit holes on YouTube and I'm like, oh man, the nostalgia. This goes crazy. Yeah. Yeah. I always my girlfriend's first concert ever was Fallout Boy, but for some reason,
oh
like I can't get
absolutely.
yeah, but I can't get her to like Blink 182. Like I'll play Blink 182 and she's like, "Oh, I just don't." I'm like, "What? Like
Really?
this is like the godfathers of the sound, man." But yeah, it's
That's pretty
anyways.
crazy.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, shit. Sorry, I don't know if I'm supposed to cuss. I really appreciate you having me on. For real, like thanks for the shout out. If you can message me the link to that guy with the GoFundMe for his mom, I'd love to donate to that.
Oh yeah, hey everyone, let me find that really quick again. So everyone that's here right now, if you didn't hear earlier, a viewer, Justin, his mom recently, I've messaged him back and forth a bunch of times, but he let me know recently his mom just passed away from cancer. He's trying to do a GoFundMe just for kind of final expenses, funeral cost type stuff. So I'm gonna leave a link again in the chat. If anyone out there does feel like it's no pressure, don't feel like you have to. But if anyone out there does feel like donating and helping Justin out, feel free to. He asked me to share it, and of course I told him I would. So I'm gonna leave that link there. Anyone who wants to. Other than that, yeah, I appreciate each and every one of you staying for all this, my longest stream ever. So thanks for sticking through the craziness.
I know, man. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna retro. So I'll leave the link to your YouTube channel in the description. Anything else you want to shout out? You got anything else you wanted to talk about? Anything coming up? What's up next?
No, I got school's about to be over for the quarter, so I'm trying to get more consistent with it. I've been kind of bad about like staying consistent with posting videos, and I also don't want to like make the same video everybody else is making. I really enjoy lives and talking, but I would like to make, continue to make like flipping and specking and financial type stuff. Yeah, so I appreciate anybody if you're interested in that kind of content. I appreciate you checking out my channel for sure. So, but I really appreciate you having me on, man, for real. Like you didn't have to do this. Like you stood to gain, nothing from having me on. So I really appreciate you down to just sit here for 4 hours and, and have a
Oh, dude, no,
conversation.
I don't agree with that. I mean, there's tons of knowledge. I mean, like I said, you're in a whole different space too than like what I'm in anymore. Like, so you're still in the buying grading game. I never even got into the Japanese side. So I mean, I'd love to do it again in the future and hear more about all your side of things and less my side. So I mean, I got a lot out of it. I appreciate you coming on.
Dope, man. Well, maybe after you get some rest after this, maybe you can come on my channel sometime in the future. That'd be cool.
For sure, man.
So,
all right, everyone, we're out. Thanks for stopping by and checking us out. Check out Retrospecs if you want to. Check out Justin's GoFundMe for his mom. We'll be back here with new videos soon. We're out. Let's see. I need to end.